mas lalo pang mapaigting ang seguridad ng bawat isa, lalo na ang mga guro. Sila'y nagpabakuna bilang mga huwaran sa paghatid di lamang sa karunungan, pati na rin sa kaligtasan.
To access the ability for continuous withstand adversity in these trying times, the Schools Division of Isabela City managed to deliver quality education to every learner. There were schools proposed to join the pilot implementation for the opening of classes for this school year. Considering the alert level status and due to the increase of COVID cases in the city, the local IATF denied the request of the division to participate on the pilot testing due to the number of unvaccinated learners. Rest assured, with the preparations made, Isabela City Division is ready for the face-to-face implementation and will continue to reproduce quality learning resources and strategies to give quality education and an education for all.
Magandang araw Pilipinas, magandang araw DepEd. Ako po si Rodolph John T. Rodriguez, Education Program Supervisor ng DepEd Region IX at narito po tayo para sa ating EduAKSYON, aksyon at solusyon para sa edukasyon. DepEd Virtual Press Conference upang mapag-usapan ang mahahalagang balita at impormasyon tungkol sa sektor ng edukasyon. Panibagong taon na naman at mahigit 5 buwan na rin simula ng ating buksan ang school year 2021-2022. At ngayon ay ating aalamin ang latest news and developments sa ating school year, partikular ngayong linggo dito sa DepEd Region IX.
Magandang araw po. Ako naman si Iris Faye D. Seniza, Project Development Officer 2 ng DepEd Region IX. At binabati ko po ang lahat ng nakasubaybay sa ating DepEd Region IX Facebook pages, lalo na sa ating mga learners, parents, and teachers mula Luzon, Visayas, at Mindanao. Kasabay nga ng pagbibigay ng latest developments sa ating stakeholders and media friends tungkol sa implementasyon ng Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan o BELCP ngayong school year, makakasama rin natin ang ina ng ating kagawaran, Kalihim Leonor Magtolis Briones. Sasamahan din tayo ng ating mga undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, at Central Office Division Chiefs. Undersecretary Annalyn Sevilla, Assistant Secretary Malcolm Garma, and Doktora Corazon Dumlao. And from Region 9, kasama po natin si Regional Director Dr. Ruth L. Fuentes, Assistant Regional Director Dr. Pedro Melchor M. Natividad, our Regional Information Officer, Ms. Dalia A. Paragas. And also, we are joined by the Schools Division Superintendents and Assistant Schools Division Superintendents from the 8 Schools Division offices in the region.
Samahan niyo po kami ngayong araw upang alamin ang mga aksyon at himayin ang solusyon para sa ating sektor. Ito ang EduAKSYON, aksyon at solusyon para sa edukasyon.
Palagi nga nating nababanggit at ipinaaalala na education is a shared responsibility. At dahil sa ating shared responsibility at pagbabayanihan, pati na rin sa tulong ng iba't ibang sektor ng pamahalaan, na ipagpatuloy ng DepEd ang edukasyon ng bawat kabataang Pilipino sa gitna ng pandemya.
Setyembre ng nakaraang taon ay opisyal nang binuksan ang school year 2021-2022. Ito ang pangalawang taon ng ating mga mag-aaral sa ilalim ng distance learning. Isang buwan matapos nating buksan ang klase ay sinimulan ng DepEd ang pilot implementation ng face-to-face classes. Ngayong buwan naman ng Pebrero, karagdagang paaralan na ang napabilang sa expansion ng ating face-to-face classes. At sa panibagong taong panuruan, alamin natin ang mga naging hakbang ng kagawaran at ang estado ng edukasyon dito sa DepEd Region IX. Panoorin natin ang video na ito.
Lang DepEd kami. This is our mantra. DepEd Zamboanga Sibugay continue rising above the challenges posed by this pandemic. Regarded as the heart of education delivery, the Curriculum and Implementation Division has responded above expectations and has delivered education without shortchanging our learners. The following were achieved. Monitored 505 schools in terms of timely distribution of modules and school-based adjustments made. Strengthen research culture, specifically in reading. National Champion Reading Cup Secondary, Regional Top Notchers Week 1 and 2 for the National Reading Month. The school's division always gives credit to people who made possible the attainment of all PAPs identified in the BELCP. These fellows are worth commending the outstanding contribution manifested in their outstanding performance. Work hand in hand in complete synergy to attain the kind of services it has laid down in its BELCP.
Edukasyon nauna, magmundo kita. Edukasyon nauna, lagay informal. Edukasyon nauna.
In its bid to foster the value of education in this pandemic period, the Schools Division of Isabela City highlights few of the best practices that were indispensable in bringing out quality education. Project RIDE, Regenerating Inclusive Education and Employment, in partnership with NGO Isabela Foundation Incorporated. project on youth work and continuity education readiness training program in partnership with Nagdalaal Foundation Incorporated. Division Orientation and Vaccination of Employees. The Schools Division of Isabela City.
The Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan is our collective and proactive response to the unprecedented changes in the education landscape brought by the pandemic. Education and must continue, but only under the conditions and health protocol set by the Department of Health and the Interagency Task Force.
T in KITE is teacher upskilling and reskilling. In this time of new normal, our teachers should not be left behind so as to keep track in the teaching learning process using the chosen learning modalities based on the learner enrollment survey form results. Various capacity building activities had been extended to them both online and offline. From the learning delivery modality courses 1 and 2 provided by the central office to equip both the LDM coaches and technical assistance providers as well as our teachers in the field. In order to prepare the teachers with the various learning modalities, CIE webinar series was done as well as workshops on script writing, video editing, layouting, and TV production. Subject matter experts were tapped to equip our teacher talents to the craft. Dipolog City National High School, Galas National High School, and Minaog Elementary School successfully conducted the respective parents' orientation on the distance learning delivery modalities, the responsibilities of the parents in the distribution and retrieval of self-learning materials, and the importance of following health protocols.
Working together is success. Doing alone is a halfway flop. Let's take it from Halford E. Lukac. No one can whistle a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra to play it.
Ang ligtas at maayos na implementasyon ng BELCP at ng face-to-face classes dito sa Rehiyon 9 ay bunga ng pagbabayanihan para sa edukasyon ng bawat sektor. Tuloy-tuloy ang edukasyon ng bawat kabataang Pilipino dahil sa pagkakaisa at sa hindi matatawarang dedikasyon ng ating mga education frontliners, mga learners na patuloy binubuo ang kanilang mga pangarap, mga magulang na tunay nagpapatibay sa pundasyon ng kanilang mga pangarap, at ang iba pang education advocates na katuwang natin para sa katuparan ng ating mga hakbangin. Sa pagkakataong ito, pakinggan naman natin ang mensahe ng ating Regional Director, Dr. Ruth L. Fuentes. Magandang araw po, RD Ruth.
Morning, thank you very much. A blessed day to all of us, to our Secretary, Professor Leonor Magtolis Briones, Yusek Ann, Asik Malcolm, fellow educators, again, good morning. Indeed, Zamboanga Peninsula is privileged to be hosting this virtual press conference, no? We acknowledge that education and information goes hand in hand. No, we know for a fact that, and we owe it to our learners and to our public that we provide accurate and relevant information in order to ensure that to sustain social consciousness amidst all this, amidst the pandemic. And information technology, technology for that matters, allows us to connect, taking into account, well, of course, the proper platform, the proper venue, the right timing, and the right purpose. So we are fortunate and we are privileged that amidst the difficult times that we are going through, somehow information technology somehow makes things easy for us, no, given the proper context which I mentioned earlier. As we reopen our schools, with Zamboanga Peninsula having the highest number of schools with almost 65% of the total number of 2,500 schools, school SAT compliant. That means next week we will be opening less than 1,000 schools face to face. We have so many things to look forward to, as the decline of the number of persons are continuously dropping, and as the number of persons with vaccination increasing, we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And we are proud, and I can say as an educator, being part of the Department of Education, we never stop. We continue to provide quality and relevant education amidst the difficult times. So sana ipagmalaki natin, naging kabahagi tayo. Hindi natin itinigil ang pagbibigay ng kalidad na edukasyon sa hamon ng pandemya. We are standing still and we are victoriously fighting, we're victoriously winning the battle against the virus. Mabuhay ang edukasyon, mabuhay ang kagawaran, mabuhay tayong lahat. In behalf of more than 1 million learners in the whole of Zamboanga Peninsula, again, we welcome you. Good morning. Truly, this is the day that the God has made. Maraming salamat, and I hope everyone would tune in up to the very last part of this engagement, because for us, this is an opportunity and a privilege. We welcome you all. God bless everyone.
Ayan, napakinggan po natin ang ating muy bonita, napakagandang Regional Director. Muli, muchísimas gracias, daghang salamat RD Ruth sa iyong mainit na pagbati at sa mga latest updates sa estado ng edukasyon sa ating rehiyon. Ang pagkakaroon natin ng isang ligtas na pagbabalik eskwela sa gitna ng pandemya at ang tuloy-tuloy na pagkatuto ng ating mga mag-aaral ay bunga ng pagtutulungan at masusing pagpaplano ng kagawaran ng edukasyon mula sa sentral hanggang sa ating mga field offices. Maliban sa mga regional updates na ating nakita at napakinggan, ngayong araw rin ay ating malalaman ang ilang updates mula sa ating central office.
Makakasama natin ang ating mahal na kalihim at ang ating mga pangalawang kalihim upang bigyan tayo ng impormasyon tungkol sa mga panibagong development sa sektor ng edukasyon. At ngayon, para bigyan tayo ng financial updates sa iba't ibang serbisyo at programa ng kagawaran na may mahalagang papel sa pagpapatuloy ng edukasyon ngayong pandemya, tawagin natin si DepEd Undersecretary for Finance, Undersecretary Annalyn Sevilla. Good morning po, Yusek Ann.
Magandang umaga, Zamboanga Region. I hope I am clear and loud and clear na naririnig ninyo. Ako po ngayon ay sasama sa inyo para po magbigay ng financial updates. At syempre po maraming salamat RD Ruth and ARD Pedro at sa ating 8 or 8 SDOs or School Division Offices in the Zamboanga Regions. Unahin po natin, I have 4 updates related to finance. Ito po ay tungkol sa Provident Fund, sa mga pondong ating pong ipoprovide para sa mga learning resources, tungkol po sa price cap ng ating mga COVID test kits, at panghuli yung pong mga procurement process natin, especially during the election bond period. So ito po una, ang ating Provident Fund. So Department Order number 3, Series of 2022 was released as an amendment to our existing Department Order on Provident Fund. Good news po kasi ang ating Provident Fund ay pwede na pong magbigay ng additional loans on top of the multi-purpose loan na 100,000. You can now add a new loan or additional loan for extreme cases na 200,000. So it's an available 300,000 loanable amount. But syempre ito po ay depende sa inyong net take-home pay. So we have to remember that nasa batas po natin yan na kailangan may mauuwi kayong 5,000 no, kada buwan para po magkaroon kayo ng availment of the at least or the maximum 300,000 loanable amount. So again, is an increase of 100,000 for our Provident Fund. Ito po mga empleyado natin sa Department of Education. Another provision of the new Department Order number 3 is that hahabaan po natin yung payment period. It should be a flat rate of 6,000 per annum. Sa Provident Fund po natin yan ang pinakamababa ngayon na loan interest na po pwedeng ma-offer, even lower than po sa ating mga nakikita or nakukuha sa ibang mga lending institution. At instead of the 3 years payable term, nagiging 5 years na po ito. So we can pay until 5 years if we are availing of our Provident Fund na meron po tayo sa ating division office, regional office, and of course at the central office. Pangatlong update about Provident Fund is that yung mga nag-a-approve ng inyong mga loans, we found out that in the process, talagang matagal ang pag-approve nito dahil pupunta pa sa regional office. At kailangan po na mag-convene ang Regional Provident Fund Board para ma-discuss, ma-evaluate at ma-approve ang mga loans na meron po tayo na nag-a-apply. So right now, at the central office, ito po ay approved at my level. At the regional office, it should be approved at the regional director level. And at the school division office, hindi nyo na po kailangang iakyat yan sa Regional Provident Fund Board. We are now authorizing the school division superintendents to approve the Provident Fund loan. Okay, so yan po, DO number 3, series of 2022. Let's go to the second financial update. We would like to inform, especially po yung mga kapamilya natin sa Department of Education, ang mga available na pondo para sa ating learning resources. It can be self-learning modules, it can be platforms for our online or distance learning, and all other needs na related sa ating learning continuity plan. We already have a direct release. Ibig sabihin, wala na pong kailangan kayong intayin sa central office na sub-araw. Ito po ay diretso na naibigay sa inyo from DBM to the regional offices, a total of 4.08 billion. It was released last January. And then we had additional release of 299 million. This is to replace all the typhoon damage, SLMs. Marami po tayong mga regions na na-include dito. Yung pong nangyaring Typhoon Odette ay nagkaroon tayo ng validation, inspection, and the Bureau of Learning Resources through the Office of USEC DAD San Antonio have requested for the release of a total of 299 million. So sana po maayos na natin at mapalitan yung mga SLM po natin na na-damage because of the Typhoon Odette. And then another release is a total of 679 million. And this is an additional fund for quarter 4 of our SLMs for this school year 21-22. So a total of available and already downloaded at the level of the division office and the regional offices, more or less 5 billion. Now for our next school year, we are already preparing for it para po hindi tayo delayed. We will download a total of 8.9 billion for the quarters 1, 2, and 3. 3 quarters na po yung ating ipe-prepare para sa school year 2022-2023. So a total of, all in all, a total of 13.9 billion or 14 billion is available for our learning resources. Now we are in the third update, and this is about, we have pala, after this provision of the total available funds for our learning resources is a list of all our guidelines related to our learning resources fund. So ito po ay reminder at ating pong binibigay sa ating mga kasama ng mga taga DepEd para po ma-remind kayo na ito po yung mga guidelines na dapat susundin natin when you use your funds or any funds available to you. Now, we go to the third update. You can still see the slides, no? I'm having lang internet problem here due to low signal, but I hope you have the next slide. This is about the price cap of rapid antigen testing and RT-PCR testing na kailangan po na masunod whenever we procure our antigen testing. Ito po ay issuance of the Department of Health. And when they issued this, we were given the price cap of 350 pesos for the self-administered rapid antigen testing and 660 pesos for the rapid antigen testing inclusive of our testing services. This is already effective starting February 20, 2022. And we are giving this advice para po ay guided po kayo sa inyong pag-procure or pagkuha ng mga antigen testing. Kasi po ginagamit natin yung ating MOE or maintenance and other operating expenses when we buy for the rapid antigen testing for our employees. Next is the price cap for the RT-PCR. Again, we are using the Department of Health circular number 2021-0374. It is effective starting September 6 last year, 2021. And this is the amount of the allowable COVID-19 RT-PCR testing. Iba po yung public or private na nakukuha na natin. And really, this is allowable or included in our authorized expenses, especially po kung work-related, no? Yung ating po, ito po yung mga contact tracing and people who are reporting in the office at meron po talagang symptoms na kailangan pong magkaroon ng RT-PCR testing. So those are the reminders on the price cap. No? Lagi po natin tatandaan when we do the procurement and when we do our financial transactions ay meron pong na-issue ang ating Department of Health on this price cap. Okay, last on the financial updates is about procurement activities. And we all know that election ban will start March 25 until May 8. At marami po ang nagtatanong sa atin, ano ang epekto nito sa ating procurement dito sa Department of Education. Let us all be guided by the GPPB issuance. This is circular number 03-2021 dated December 2, 2021. And the provision 4.1 ng sinabi kong GPPB resolution ay nagsasabi na all procuring entities, tayo po yon, DepEd, are allowed to proceed with the commencement and completion of procurement activities during the election period. So yung pong mga ginagawa nating SLM, yung mga binibili natin ng mga laptops, computers, yung mga preparation for the school feeding program, everything that we need, supplies, na meron pong procurement ay hindi po bawal. Pwede po yan until awarding of contract, even there is an election ban period. However, and so this is the yellow part, pakitingnan lang po. However, during the election ban, March 25 to May 8, ang hindi po pwedeng gawin ay mag-issue ng notice of award para sa ating mga new construction, repair, gabaldon, electrification, and health facilities program because these programs are classified as public works. And we are also allowed to request exemption from COMELEC, and the program teams in charge of this are already working on the request for the exemption. But until or unless we get the exemption, ang aking pong reminder at advice sa inyo ay sana magkaroon ng successful procurement before the March 25 election ban period for all our public works related na mga programs. All other programs na hindi po public works, wala po kayong aalalahanin kasi tuloy-tuloy po ang ating procurement work from commencement until the awarding of contracts. So I hope that is clear and I hope that yung pong ating implementation ng ating mga programa ay magtuloy-tuloy dahil dito po ay naging practice na ng Department of Education, maging resilient, maging flexible even during the pandemic. And I do thank everyone Especially po ang ating mga kasama sa Zamboanga Region na talagang nagtatrabaho para po mabigyan ng serbisyo at ma-deliver ang ating mga programa sa ating mga mag-aaral, sa ating mga guro, lalo na po sa ating komunidad dyan. Ingat po kayo palagi at maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po, Yusek Annalyn Sevilla, sa inyong makabuluhang report. Sir John, napaka-importante nga na meron tayong Provident Fund sa gitna ng pandemya. No? May for learning resources na budget, meron ding for COVID kits. So,
Tama ka dyan, Ma'am Iris.
Yes.
No? Nung sinabi ni Yusek Ann na pinababa lalo yung interest
Correct.
at pinabilis yung approval ng ating Provident application. So maraming salamat, Yusek Ann, sa iyong update.
Yes. At ngayon naman, upang bigyan tayo ng update sa kasalukuyang expansion ng face-to-face classes, narito si DepEd Assistant Secretary for National Academy of Sports and Field Operation, ASEC Malcolm Garma.
Okay, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Okay ba yung audio ko? Naririnig?
Asek.
Okay, thank you. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Magandang umaga po, Secretary, at sa lahat po ng taga-subaybay nitong ating halos lingguhan na press conference upang tayo po ay makapaghatid ng mga update and information sa lahat po ng ating mga stakeholders, lalong-lalo na po yung ating mga media partners. So, gaya po ng huli nating naiulat dito sa ating press conference, nagsimula na po yung ating implementasyon ng ating expanded phase of the limited face-to-face. Well, we based on what we have recommended to the Office of the President and what was approved by the President, and all of these were the result of the successful implementation of our pilot implementation of the limited face-to-face. So ngayon pong umagang ito, gusto ko pong ibahagi sa inyo ilan lang pong itong numero po, at siguro mamaya during the question and answer portion ay maaaring masagot pa ho namin lalo yung mga katanungan nyo tungkol sa expanded face-to-face. So, ito pong expanded face-to-face na ginagawa natin ay tinatawag po nating progressive expansion. Ibig po sabihin nito ay tuloy-tuloy po na ating ini-evaluate yung ating mga eskwelahan with regards to their readiness using our SSAT tool, yung ating pong school safety assessment tool. So sa ngayon po, next slide please. Ayon po sa aming tala, meron na ho tayong humigit kumulang 6,145 schools that are qualified or ready to implement the face-to-face classes based on the school safety assessment tool. So yan po yung breakdown per region kung ilan na pong paaralan. At gaya po ng nabanggit ko, ito po ay madadagdagan pa. Definitely madadagdagan pa ho ito as we progress with our implementation. Next slide, please. At tulad po nung aming binigyang diin noong nakaraang press con natin, ang mga paaralan po that have already qualified based on our SSAT can already implement the limited face-to-face as long as the schools are under or in areas under alert level 1 and 2. So far, ito po yung mga nakuha nating numero batay po sa report ng ating mga regional director. So for Region 1, meron na pong 74 na paaralan na nagsasagawa na ng kanilang limited face-to-face ngayon. As of kahapon, February 21, Region 2, 80, Region 3, 513, 4A, 27. Pero ito po yung nag-umpisa na as of kahapon. Pero marami po dito sa mga paaralan na ito that already qualified for the limited face-to-face ay magsisimula po by next week. No? Yun po yung nakuha nating ulat mula po sa ating mga regional director. Okay, so for B, 25, 13, Region 6, 34, Region 7, 59. Next slide, please. Region 8, 399. For Region 9, 20. Region 10, 208. Region 11, 29. Region 12, 106. Hindi po tayo nakakuha pa ng datos mula sa Region 13 or Caraga sapagkat alam natin na ang Caraga po ay karamihan sa mga lugar ito ay apektado o naapektuhan ng bagyong Odette. So hinihingi pa ho namin yung datos galing sa Caraga. Sa NCR po ay 31 at sa CAR naman po ay 266. So for a total of 1,876 schools that have already or are already starting the implementation of the limited face-to-face. But then again, I would like to reiterate that in the coming days, in the coming weeks, more schools will be implementing the limited face-to-face so long as they are under alert level 1 and 2. So far, yun lang po muna ang may babahagi ko sa inyo at amin na lang pong tutugunan yung mga katanungan ng ating pong mga kaibigan mula sa media. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong report, Aztec Malcolm, hinggil sa mga updates on the expansion of face-to-face classes. Isang magandang balita po sa ating lahat ang pagbubukas ng pilot implementation sa iba pang mga grade levels. At sana nga po ay mas marami pang mga paaralan natin ang pwede nang makapagsagawa ng limited face-to-face classes sa taong ito. Ngunit patuloy po ang ating paalaala sa lahat na sundin ang mga health protocols para masiguro naman natin na ligtas tayong lahat.
Kasama rin po natin ngayong umaga si DepEd School Health Division Chief, Dr. Corazon Dumlao, para naman sa isinasagawang pediatric vaccination ng ating mga learners. Dr. Dumlao, over to you.
Good morning po, Secretary, and sa ating mga undersecretaries na nandito po. Together with our regional directors, I will be presenting updates on pediatric vaccination. Let me share my slide. Here are the data for pediatric vaccination, which we secured from the national. 99% of the members of the target pediatric population age 12 to 17 have already been vaccinated with at least first dose, while 65.11% are already fully vaccinated. For the pediatric population age 5 to 11, we are clearly only starting. Start po tayo ng Feb 7 with only 2.81% of the members of the set population having received their first dose. Since the rollout of the pediatric vaccination for ages 12 to 17, the Department of Education already issued DTFC Memo number 557, which provided guidance to the field on how DepEd can provide strong support for the program. The same guidance is reiterated for the vaccination of children ages 5 to 11 through DTFC Memo number 606, which has been approved by the Secretary. The DTFC Memo issued to support DOH issuances. For instance, DTFC Memo number 606 is anchored on DOH Memorandum 20.
Ayun, medyo nagka-problema tayo sa internet connection mula kay Doktora Dumlao. Anyway, ang nakuha natin ay isinasagawa natin ang ating pediatric vaccination. Nagpapasalamat tayo sa mga magulang ng ating mga kabataan na pumayag na mabakunahan ang ating mga learners para sa pagbabalik ng ating mga kabataan sa paaralan. Maraming salamat po, Doktora Dumlao, sa inyong latest reports at updates ukol sa isinasagawang pediatric vaccination. Okay? I think okay na siguro yung signal. Ayan.
So on institutional arrangements, on institutional arrangements, it shall be established and existing ones strengthened and expanded to cover pediatric vaccination as vaccination sites and the voluntary participation of personnel in vaccination teams. Second is on the use of schools. Existing processes and requirements for the use of schools as vaccination sites shall be loosened up to ensure that more schools qualified to serve as vaccination sites can be accommodated. Existing arrangements on the use of schools as vaccination sites shall be maximized. However, for the specific purpose of participating in pediatric vaccination, requests shall be approved by the school's division superintendent instead of the regional director. All other requirements as stipulated in DM 28 series of 2021 shall be retained. The DepEd shall highly support pediatric vaccination and enjoin all schools that are qualified to be used as vaccination sites to cooperate and coordinate with their respective LGUs regarding the said activity. On the voluntary participation of health personnel, efforts shall be ramped up to enjoin more health and other personnel to volunteer for the vaccination of the pediatric population. All personnel who have volunteered have been volunteering in local vaccination activities are highly encouraged to volunteer again, continue volunteering for pediatric vaccination. The offices, officials, and personnel concerned are reminded to ensure that volunteering personnel are provided with the support enumerated in DM 28 series of 2021, item number 21, page 7 to 8. Now, on demand generation activities, DepEd shall actively support promotion activities related to pediatric vaccination in line with the Back to School campaign. So we have already designated Back to School champions at the regional and division levels, and these are our medical officers who take the lead in the vaccination campaign. There are also miscellaneous provisions. All learners who will be vaccinated during school days shall be considered excused from attending classes, provided that they present proof of vaccination to their teachers. And personnel who are parents or guardians of DepEd learners who will accompany their children for pediatric vaccination during work days shall likewise not be considered absent from their work. And alternative working arrangements may be explored for personnel of schools that will be used as pediatric vaccination sites. Here are some photos shared by our field health personnel on the ongoing pediatric vaccination. As earlier mentioned, our health personnel have been coordinating with the respective local government units for their participation in the program and for the mobilization of our learners. Our regional directors and schools division superintendents are taking the lead in ensuring coordination with local government units and advocating support to pediatric vaccination. I would like to take this opportunity to enjoin everyone to participate in and promote our information dissemination and demand generation activities. Here are some of the activities organized by our partners, which we strongly supported. Here are many other similar activities that are ongoing, especially in the field, as also coordinated by our field health personnel. We hope you can join them as well. Together, let us help address the information needs of our parents so that they will have their kids vaccinated. Again, I would like to thank our beloved secretary for taking the lead in championing not just vaccination, but school, health, and nutrition programs and projects under the Oplan Kalusugan sa DepEd. Maraming salamat po.
Ayan, muli, maraming salamat Doktora Dumlao sa inyong updates sa isinasagawang pediatric vaccination na malaki ang papel sa muling pagbabalik eskwela ng ating mga learners. Nagpapasalamat din tayo sa ating mga undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, and central office division chiefs para sa mga pinakabagong ulat mula sa ating kagawaran. Sa puntong ito, atin munang panoorin ang maikling intermission number mula sa Milengas Dance Ensemble from Pagadian City Division.
Wow, Sir John, pang-international nga naman ang galing ng ating Melengas Dance Ensemble.
Tama ka dyan, Ma'am Iris. At sa katunayan, naimbitahan na po sila na mag-perform sa labas ng bansa upang maipamalas ang galing at ganda ng sining at kultura ng Rehiyon 9. Alam mo ba, Ma'am Iris, kaya mo bang yung tinikling na may dalang props?
Hindi ko talaga kaya yon, Sir John.
Ayan, that makes us very proud of you, Melengas Dance Ensemble.
Maraming salamat sa isang napakagandang intermission number, Pagadian City Division. Bilang hudyat ng pagsisimula ng talakayan sa pagitan ng ating mga media partners at ni Secretary Liling kasama ang ating mga DepEd officials, ating pakinggan ang mensahe ni Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones. Pero bago yan, panoorin muna natin ang video na to.
Leonor Magtolis Briones, a passionate educator, an adventurous writer, a gender advocate, a faithful servant of God, a trusted public servant, and a loving mother. She had her education at Silliman University in 1958, obtaining a bachelor's degree in business administration, majoring in accounting, and obtained magna cum laude at the early age of 17. She obtained her master's degree in public administration from the University of the Philippines and postgraduate diploma in development administration from Leeds University in England. She was also conferred Doctor of Public Administration honoris causa by the Central Philippine University in 2014. Liling has also been an achiever, as she was awarded with distinction from Leeds University, England, and obtained certificates in policy in public enterprise from Harvard Institute for International Development, Harvard University, and innovations in governance from the John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, Massachusetts. She also accepted the UP presidency nomination in 2010 that was initiated by the National College of Public Administration and Governance students and was supported by more than 1,000 people coming from the faculty and alumni through signature campaigns. Later on, she ventured into public service as secretary to the Commission on Audit and served as the National Treasurer of the Philippines. She also pursued her life's advocacies, including fighting for social justice. As an established leader, she headed the Freedom from Debt Coalition. Briones was also a gender advocate who raised the level of discourse to address the plight of women. As a passionate advocate for social justice, she addressed the United Nations General Assembly in September 2005. In front of an international delegation, she bravely uttered to them, "Fulfill your promises, as the poor cannot wait for too long." She also became a party list nominee to the Congress under the banner of Kaakbay Party in 2012, which advocated for social reforms. She also served as a prominent petitioner of several non-government organizations and individuals which questioned the constitutionality of the disbursement acceleration program of the previous administration. Secretary Liling has spent most of her life as an educator. Whenever or wherever she delivered a public lecture, she taught like a teacher in a classroom. She became a researcher and professor at the University of the Philippines for over 50 years and was later conferred as Professor Emeritus in 2013 for her outstanding achievement inside and outside the university. A natural lover of music, she is also a member of the Manila Concert Choir and is currently serving as its president. With her invaluable success and journey as a leader and educator, she embraced public service and accepted the challenge to become the Secretary of the Department of Education of the Duterte administration. One of her greatest contributions to DepEd is the installation of reforms in the education system through the launch of Sulong Edukalidad, the rallying call for national effort to innovate Philippine education. Recently, she launched 2 books that depicted her life as an accomplished public servant and author. The first one was her biography, Faith, Duty, and Country, written by her friend and confidant for nearly 55 years, Dr. Proserpina Chit Domingo Tapales, a former dean of NCPAG, on her journey from being a poor girl from Dihulngan, Negros Oriental, up to being a public servant and advocate of education for all. Her second book, Boiled Green Bananas, is a compilation of her columns published in the Business Mirror from 2006 to 2016. To quote her supporters, "There is no shadow of doubt on Briones' probity and integrity." And until today, throughout her 80 years of experience, she shows how a true servant leader should be: ethical, dignified, and responsible.
Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. In the name of the DepEd family, I would like to personally and officially greet Region IX, which I visited a few years back, but the memories are still there. One of my most pleasant regional visits. So good morning, ARD Ruth Fuentes. Congratulations on your oath-taking. And mga SDSS, lahat na nasa region natin ngayong umaga at nakikinig. I hope that our teachers and our other officials in the DepEd family in the region are listening and taking note of the reports that are being shared with you on developments in the Department of Education. I noticed that a lot of people write to me directly, expecting me to take immediate and direct action on problems which our regional offices are very capable of resolving or of handling, because that's what regional offices are for, and that's what regional directors are for, including our SDSS. So I would like to encourage particularly our teachers and our parents to monitor our press conferences. I noticed that this is one of our very successful innovations in the Department of Education, where before we used to have press conferences at the national level, and these hardly reach the regions. This time we are doing our press conferences at a regional level so that regional specific issues can be discussed in great detail. And I also brought along for force ito, required talaga our battery of undersecretaries and assistant secretaries. We have Yusik Dads San Antonio, who is in charge of curriculum. Kaya pwede ninyong matanong tungkol sa curriculum. Then you have Yusik Alain, who is very deeply involved in the building of infrastructure and furniture and all other concerns of our department. Then a while ago, Yusik Ann shared with you many good news. I noticed that also maybe our teachers and members of the DepEd family are not completely attuned to all the efforts that the department has exerted to make and to improve the financial situation of not only of our teachers, but also of our staff and the entire department. We also have USEC RevC. RevC is a pure nga Bisaya, Boholano, Bicolano, ang kanyang origins, and USEC RevC is in charge of operations. So nandito kami lahat para sagutin ang tanong hindi lamang sa press, and we're very welcoming of the press, of course, even as we try to reach each and every one of our teachers. The media does it in a very much faster and an effective manner because of the reach of media, both formal, informal, social, as well as mainstream media. So you are welcome. And if there are any parents listening, teachers and staff, as well as learners who are listening, you are all welcome to raise your questions about developments in the department. I will not go into the details of the new things that are happening in the department. Malcolm has already covered comprehensively the latest on face-to-face. Yusik Ann has reported on the new and the good financial initiatives that we are starting, especially Provident Fund. I think we have to accept the fact that we strengthened the Provident Fund during this administration, increased the level of available financial assistance, and kikita ninyo na we have much more funds now which are available to help our teachers and our staff. So I will not give a very lengthy overview kasi that's why I invited our undersecretaries and assistant secretaries. So let's now go directly to the question and answer portion, which I am sure members of media are eager to raise, as well as the teachers themselves. Teachers are very, very active in social media, and this press conference is a good opportunity to share your concerns, your fears, your doubts, and other matters which actually have been addressed and are being addressed by the Department of Education, so to give you comfort, to give you more information, so that we will have increased confidence in what we are doing at this particular time. So may I ask the moderators and the hosts of this press conference to proceed with the question and answer period. Thank you.
Imong mensahe, Secretary Liling. Okay, nabanggit nga kanina ni Secretary Liling ang apat pa na undersecretaries na kasama sa ating press con ngayon. We have USEC Alain Pascua, USEC Justado San Antonio, USEC Salvador Malana III, and USEC Revc Escobedo. Ayan. Alam po naming marami pang magagandang mga balita ang inyong nais ipaabot sa ating mga mag-aaral, guro at stakeholders. Kaya hindi na po natin patatagalin ito. Diretso na po tayo sa ating press con proper. Makakasama natin sina Director Nina Bianca Sanglay at Miss Dalia Paragas na magsisilbing moderators ng ating press conference. Magandang araw, Director Nina at RIO Dalia Paragas.
Assalamualaikum po muli. Ug daghang salamat sa ating mga host nga si John ug Iris. Ngayon po ay ating sisimulan ang ating talakayan. Inaanyayahan po natin ngayon ang ating media partners para sa isang virtual question and answer with our Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones. Also, aside from our media partners na nakaantabay virtually, meron din po tayong mga media partners na on-site. Dito lang po nakalimited face-to-face din po sa atin sa DepEd Regional Office located at the Government Center, Balintawak, Cagayan City. Mamaya po ay isa-isahin natin silang tawagin upang makadaupang pala din sa pamamagitan ng pagtatanong sa ating butihing Secretary of the Department of Education, Leonor Magtolis Briones. Magandang hapon po, Direk Nina.
Hi, good afternoon, Ma'am Dalia. Good noon po sa lahat ng ating mga tagapanood, sa ating mga teachers, sa ating mga mag-aaral, at sa lahat po ng nanonood sa atin live via DepEd Philippines Facebook page at sa official Facebook page na rin po ng DepEd Region IX. Maliban nga po kay Secretary, makakasama rin natin sina DepEd Undersecretary for Finance, Yusek Annalyn Sevilla, Undersecretary for Administration, Yusek Elaine Del Pascua, Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction, Yusek Diosdado San Antonio, Undersecretary for Field Operations, Yusek Revsi Escobedo, Assistant Secretary for Procurement, andito po si Asek Salvador Malana III, Assistant Secretary for National Academy of Sports and Field Operations, Asek Malcolm Garma, Regional Director Ruth Fuentes at School Health Division Chief, Dr. Maria Corazon Dublao. Ako, mukhang handa na tayo sa ating press con proper, pero bago po tayo magsimula, isang reminder lamang sa ating mga media friends na 2 tanong lamang po ang pahihintulutan upang mabigyan ng pagkakataon ang lahat upang makapagtanong. Kaya, Ma'am Dalia, simulan na ba natin?
Yes po. So we will now proceed with our question and answer. Again, we would like to request our media partners to turn on their microphone and camera when they ask their questions. Reminder po sa ating mga media partners, questions that are not related to our topic will be referred to the concerned office and we will send the answer via Viber. Back to you, Direk Nina.
All right, so for the first question, unahin po nating tawagin ang representative from the City Information Office of Dipolog City. City Information Office ng Dipolog City. Kasama po ba natin ang ating representative? Kung wala man, we can read the question. And the question is, what is the final stand of DepEd with regards to face-to-face classes amidst the ongoing pandemic?
Director Nina, I will start off with my own answer, and the others, the undersecretaries and assistant secretaries can also give additional inputs. What is the final stand? The stand has always been the same. The policy of the department is what we call blended education, na mayroong halo na face-to-face, and yun ang sinasabing anong final stand, na iba't ibang mga approaches at pinipili ito sang-ayon sa pangangailangan ng isang eskwelahan at saka kung ano ang advice halimbawa ng Department of Education, Department of Health, and the Department of Interior and Local Governments, at with the participation, of course, of our parents and our staff. So right from the beginning, we have always recognized the importance of face-to-face. Yun ang tradisyon na nakasanayan natin. Ang gusto ko lang bigyan ng diin ay ang face-to-face na sinasabi natin ngayon ay iba sa face-to-face na dati nating nakasanayan na whole day nakaharap ang teacher sa pupils. Pero there would be online portions kagaya ng ginagawa ng ibang mga bansa. There would be other methods kagaya ng mga modules. There would be alternative learning methodologies. Depende sa pangangailangan. Pero ang tawag niyang kabuuan ay yung sinasabi nating blended learning na kasama talaga ang face-to-face. The extent of face-to-face depends on the assessment of the Department of Education, Department of Health, our own assessment, and also the permission that would be granted by the local governments as well as the written consent of the parents. So, hindi nagbabago. Nandyan talaga palagi ang face-to-face. Iba lang ang paraan, iba lang ang approach, at iba lang ang siguro ang scheduling na na-develop natin ngayon. Thank you. Kung may ibang dagdag ang ating mga undersecretaries at assistant secretaries, kanina very extensive ang report ni ASEC Malcolm. Thank you, Malcolm, na current na naumpisa naman natin talaga ang face-to-face. Report na niya kung ilan ang schools are now into face-to-face, pero close ang monitoring dahil kung may pagbabago sa risk assessment, then we will have to adjust. Thank you. Kung may gustong dumagdag doon, resulta din itong very favorable actions ng DepEd at saka Department of Health sa ating pilot sa pag-implement natin ng pilot studies. Kasi the only way to find out whether face-to-face will blend well with the other methodologies of teaching is to pilot it, and 15,000 that's a huge sample of participants, and how many schools and parents, at saka not a single case of a COVID outbreak. So, yun ang basihan ng ating desisyon. And importante, the President has already, in a sense, devolved to the Department of Education and the Department of Health the decision-making authority to further increase the number of schools in face-to-face, as well as progressively implement the concepts of face-to-face in relation to the other approaches to learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. May we recognize Assistant Secretary Malcolm Garma if he has anything to add, sir?
Okay, thank you, Director Nina, and thank you, ma'am. Siguro karagdagan lang dun sa nabanggit na po ni Secretary. Ito pong tinatawag nating progressive expansion ng limited face-to-face natin. Para ho ito mas mapabilis at mapalawak pa natin lalo, yung pong desisyon at aksyon, katulad ng evaluation, assessment, and everything, and the selection of the schools are already devolved to the region's Director Nina, so that mas mabilis. Hindi po tulad, ma'am, nung pilot natin na talagang tayo po ang sa central office ang talagang tumitingin dito, pero ito pong progressive expansion natin ay pinaubaya po natin sa mga regions and divisions yung evaluation, assessment, and selection of schools that will be involved in the limited face-to-face. And that includes also, Director Nina, yung monitoring ng implementasyon. Again, ang pinakamahalaga lamang na batayan na dapat nating tignan is una, ito po mga eskwelahan na ito ay sumailalim doon sa evaluation gamit yung ating school safety assessment tool. Pangalawa, na ito pong mga eskwelahan na ito ay lalahok sa ating limited face-to-face gamit nakaangkla pa din sa tinatawag nating shared responsibility framework, na kung saan mahalaga dito yung pagpayag, consent ng concurrence ng ating mga local government units at syempre ng ating mga magulang. At pangatlo, na ito po mga paaralan na ito ay dapat nandun sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng alert level 1 and 2. So kunwari nagsimula na yung school natin ng limited face-to-face kasi alert level 1 and 2 sila, at suddenly nagkaroon ng pagdami ng kaso ng COVID at magkakaroon ng reclassification at ito'y magiging level 3, yan po yung magiging hudyat para magkaroon tayo ng suspension of classes. So it's not closure but suspension of classes dahil ito po ay pinagbabawal din, no, ng ating IAT, patay sa ating IATF resolutions, na pagka alert level 3 ang isang lugar ay bawal ang face-to-face sa basic education. So yan Director Nina, yung mga mahalagang punto na dapat nating maibahagi, no, sa ating mga kaibigan sa media at ating po mga stakeholders, para mas lalo po maunawaan paano magkakaroon ng o paano maiimplementa itong ating limited face-to-face. Salamat. Thank you, Director Nina.
Thank you very much, Asik Malcolm, for the reiteration at mas malinaw yung paliwanag ni Asik Malcolm sa mga even contingency plans ng DepEd. Ayan. Ma'am Dalia, before we proceed with sa susunod na magtatanong, basahin ko yung question pa rin galing sa City Information Office ng Dipolog City. Ito yung pangalawang katanungan. And this question, we can have the Secretary answer, supplemented by Undersecretary Justado San Antonio naman. Yung tanong is, what are DepEd's plans and strategies in improving the implementation of distance learning aside from the utilization of class modules? Secretary.
Hindi lamang plans and strategies, kasi we're already in the middle of the academic school year. So we are already in the stage of, halimbawa, immediately after the pilot, nagawa tayo ng assessment. Tinanong natin ang mga learners una, anong feel nila doon sa pag-pilot natin itong face-to-face, limited face-to-face. Tinanong natin ang mga magulang, tinanong natin ang teachers, ang local governments. So, iba't ibang grupo ang tinanong natin at yung sagot naman ay favorable na gusto nilang ipagpatuloy, gusto nilang ipag-expand. Kaya yun din sa palagay ko ang basihan kung bakit ang presidente pumayag talaga ng progressive expansion. No? So, yung plano na yan, nagawa na yan. We are already in the implementation phase. Kasi natapos na yung pilot, nag-progressive expansion na tayo, tinanong na natin ang mga naka-experience nito, nagpa-identify na tayo ng mga possible problems, at nag-respond na tayo nito. So we are moving already from plans and strategies which we did a few months before into actual operations. Nandito si Undersecretary Revs, nandito si Asik Malcolm, at saka hindi maka-join sa atin si Yusek Nepo, pero pati ang presidente in-inform na natin lahat na nagtatanong kung ano ang strategy bago tayo nag-opening in September. May strategy na tayo, may plano na tayo, may resulta na tayo sa assessment natin, at pinag-aralan na talaga natin ang husto itong mga hakbang na ngayon in-operationalize natin in already 1,876 schools. Naka-identify na tayo ng 6,146 schools actually, very much earlier na ready, pero siyempre, pag sabihin ng Department of Health na ang risk classification ay level 3, ay hindi natin tinutuloy. So now we have 1,876 at this time. So we're already clearly implementing, nasa implementation stage na tayo. Thank you. Unless may dagdag si Yusek Dads. Or si Yusek Revsi, kasi si Revsi is in operation, sila dalawa ni Malcolm.
Thank you, Secretary. If we have Yusek Dats with us in this meeting, if you have any additional answers po sa question. Yusek Justado San Antonio, if
remote running church sa sur. Kaya tayo mapanilinan ko ani. Naunta naman ang church sa sur.
Baka we can get back to...
Sandali! Face off!
Sakit pa, no?
Iba po yun.
Yan, if we have Ma'am Dalia, siguro baka pwede nating balikan maya-maya sina Yusek Revsi and Yusek Dads. We can proceed with our next question.
Okay po. Bago po tayo magpatuloy, I just wanted to recognize the Regional Federated PTA President, the former Mayor of Dumiag, Zamboanga del Sur, Sir Edgar Jamero. Kasi po yung sinagot kanina ni Secretary Liling regarding the stand of DepEd on our face-to-face classes. Sana po sir, nasatisfy po yung tanong nyo sa sagot ng ating secretary at ng ating undersecretary po.
Kasi Dalia, ang ating approach 2 years ago pa natin sinabi is blended.
Yes.
Blended learning, no?
Yes.
At saka mayroon pa ngang pending na legislation sa Congress hinggil niyan. Blended, mayroon talagang component ng face-to-face. Hindi lang natin ma-implement yan because of the decision to lock down the country at that particular time. Pero ngayong better na ang conditions, ini-implement natin, but with very, very careful monitoring and also yung sinasabi nating concept of shared responsibility. So, it has always been there.
Yes.
Ang face-to-face, yun ang linakihan natin, karamihan sa atin, but not in the same, not with the same content or the number of hours. Yung mga bansa na bilib tayo, tinatanong ko mismo yung mga estudyante doon, ilang oras ba, ilang araw ba kayo nag-face-to-face? May iba isang araw, may iba kalahating araw, yung iba may halo talagang online. Hindi natin ma-avoid ang online dahil ganyan ang direksyon ngayon. Napakalaki ng role ng teknolohiya ngayon sa buhay natin. So hindi pwede na ang ating mga anak, ang ating learners ay nasanay lang sa face-to-face. Paglabas nila sa mundo, kung hindi sila trained sa online, medyo they will have adjustments to make sa kanilang trabaho. Hindi nila masasabi, ay absent ako noon, hindi yan tinuro sa amin. So sabay-sabay ang mga aspeto ng tinatawag nating blended learning. Thank you.
Salamat po, Secretary Liling, sa karagdagang sagot. Ngayon po ay dadako naman tayo sa Isabela Basilan. At tatawagin naman natin si Sir Ronald Paragas. Naku, kaapelyido ko. Ng 97.5 Radyo Komunidad Isabela Basilan. Sir, ¿qué tal, Sir Ronald? Sir Ronald? Ito yung challenge ng ating internet sa Isabela Basilan po. Kasi kanina nakita ko siya, nandiyan na po siya sa ating platform.
Isabela is very beautiful.
Yes,
and of course, it has a role in our history and our recent history, particularly in Mindanao. Maraming istorya dyan na inspiring. Mayroon ding magandang memories which we should not forget.
Okay, sige po. Babasahin ko na lang po ang kanyang tanong. I hope he could get back.
Sige.
Based on the given President's approval of the recommendation for the progressive expansion of face-to-face classes and also authorizing all regional directors to commence the progressive expansion phase of face-to-face both public and secondary schools since Isabela City, Basilan will already be under level 2 category. Is it possible to have and implement our limited face-to-face classes since pilot testing was not administered in our division yet due to cancellation of the local IATF? May I refer this question to RD Ruth? Ma'am, would you like to answer?
Magandang tanghali po. Good noon again, Ma'am Liling, sa lahat. No? Kung titingnan natin yung kasaysayan nung yung pilot, during the pilot stage, actually may mga schools talaga sa Isabela City na talagang pinaghandaan itong pagbubukas. But katulad nga ng sinabi ni Asek Malcolm kanina, hindi lang naman na paghahanda o yung preparation ng school ang kinukonsidera natin sa pagbubukas ng face-to-face. No? Kailangan mataas yung vaccination rate. I'm happy to note that isa yung Isabela now sa pinakamataas ang vaccination rate natin sa mga guro. No, we have actually sa learners nga 25% na yung vaccination rate nila, at sa teachers ay more than 90% na, no. But then during the time kasi nung November, kaya hindi sila nakaparticipate, hindi nag-concur yung local government kasi mababa pa the time. Now that maganda na yung kanilang vaccination rate at ang classification din ng quarantine classification, alert level 2. So nagkaroon sila, kahit hindi sila naka-participate doon sa pilot study, yung matagal at mabusisi at masusing paghahanda ay naisagawa na nila, at gusto kong bigyan ng pagpupugay at commendation yung mga involved dyan, yung mga school heads, superintendent, lahat ng mga taong naging bahagi ng preparation. Kumbaga kasi there's hindi lang kasi buwan to, matagal nang pinag-uusapan itong paghahanda ng mga paaralan, ano. So hindi man natin masabi na 100% na wala talagang mai-infect o magkakaroon ng transmission dyan, but in terms of preparation at kung paano how do we mitigate some issues that may occur in the implementation of limited face-to-face, sasabihin ko, I can assure lahat po ng mga magulang na handa po ang DepEd, ang mga paaralan sa Isabela sa pagbubukas ng paaralan. Actually 51 sa datos natin, 51 yung school na ready na, pero 5 pa lang yung magbubukas as to date ito, magbubukas sa susunod na linggo. So
Yes.
malaking bagay yung nakatulong yung pagtaas ng vaccination rate. Salamat din sa media kasi yung advokasya ng DepEd at ng Department of Health ay naging bahagi kayo dito kasi talagang drastic po yung increase ng vaccination rate natin sa mga teaching and non-teaching. Kasi if I compare, kasi last nung September, wala pang 12%. Tinitingnan ko kasi yung datos ng pagtaas ng vaccination rate dito sa Zamboanga Peninsula. As to date, 94% na po ang teaching and non-teaching natin dito. Ang mga learners natin ay we have nandoon ang challenge kasi wala pang 20%. So we have something like 16.25% sa learners. But in Isabela, imagine 25% po ang learners vaccinated. That means yung mga sasali sa, bagamat hindi pa natin na-achieve yung tinatawag na 70%, ay makikita natin na tumataas, mabilis ang pagtaas ng ating pagdating sa vaccination rate. So nagpapasalamat kami sa media sa pagtulong niyo sa amin sa advokasya.
I agree, Dalia, with the report of RD Ruth. Kasi kami sa EXICOM, we meet every week at nagre-report naman regularly sa estado ng region ninyo. Also, lalo na sa development sa Isabela. So alam namin yon, and palagay ko yung ready na talaga na nasa assessment kasi binibigay namin yung decision making sa regional directors, sa mga regional offices, kasi kung lahat na desisyon ay gawin sa central office, aabutan tayo ng ano kayang siglo, dahil siyempre pag pupunta pa sa central office, pag i-discuss ng husto, and that's exactly what regionalization is all about. Regionalization, decentralization devolves decision making to the regional offices and therefore to the SDSs and all that. And every week, of course, they report to us. So we knew exactly what was happening in Isabela and the reasons why the local government was hesitant at that time, and we're very happy that the picture has changed already, and possibilities for limited face-to-face is already very optimistic. Thank you.
Salamat po sa kasagutan sa ating tanong. Sa tingin ko po, nandito na si Sir Ronald. Sir Ronald, please come in. Please open your camera. Ayan.
Yes, magandang hapon sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo sa ating secretary. Naisagot na po yung unang katanungan natin. So maraming salamat po sa inyong katanungan. At kakasunod, may kasunod po akong tanong. Okay lang po ba? Itutuloy natin.
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. So nababahala po yung mga magulang ng ating mga mag-aaral dito sa Isabela o sa lungsod ng Isabela. Kung sakasakali itutuloy po yung pilot testing natin o ang face-to-face classes po, kami po ay nababahala dahil ang Isabela po ay kakaunti lang po yung hospital dito at especially yung hospital namin ay low class level at saka most of the patient yung before nung nagkaroon po ng COVID-19 yung mga tao dito. So karamihan ng mga tao ay dinadala pa rin talaga sa Zamboanga City kung saan doon sila pinagagamot. So kung sakasakali magkakaroon o mag-contaminate po ang ating mga mag-aaral, so hindi po kaya ng ating mga pasilidad dito sa Isabela, ano po yung stand ng ating kinaukulan?
Gusto kong sagutin yan. In the first place, inaalaw natin ang Isabela, di ba? Dahil level 2 na siya. Ibig sabihin, mababa ang level ng infection numbers and so on. At saka sa pilot din, maski sabihin natin hindi kasama ang Isabela, sa pilot 15,000 learners yon, ni isa walang natatamaan ng COVID. So, right from the beginning, the possibility of a massive infection in Isabela, baka hindi mangyayari dahil mababa naman talaga ang risk assessment niyan ng Department of Health. Pero kung level 3, halimbawa ang Isabela, hindi kami papayag. And I'm sure Ruth will also not agree kung level 3. Kagaya ng NCR, hindi natin sinama ang NCR, puno ng hospital ang NCR, libo-libo yung mga doktor doon, pero hindi tayo pumayag dahil ang assessment ay 3. In the case of Isabela, ang assessment is level 2. At saka, nakikita natin sa ating pilot na sinubukan natin itong mga low risk assessment ng mga communities, mga schools, hindi naman nagiging reality yung ating what worried us about infections and so on. Hindi naman nangyari. Napakalaki ang sample noon, 15,000 plus ka-learners. So that possibility is probably makokontrol yan. And if you are aware, ang risk assessment kasi hindi lamang ang ilan ba yung nagkakasakit ng COVID. Ang risk assessment yung hospital access, yung capacity ng Department of Health to respond to a crisis. Lahat na yung tinitingnan. And ang overall assessment sa Isabela is level 2 at this particular time. So Ronald, can you hear me kasi unstable daw ang ating connection. That is my point. Kasi lahat na bagay sa buhay ay may risk. So alam natin, anything can happen. Whether it is COVID, whether it is war, whether it is smallpox, or whether it is cholera, may risk talaga. Kaya ang ginagawa ng Department of Health, ina-assess yung risk. Gaano kataas ang risk, halimbawa, sa Isabela. Ang assessment nila, ay level 1 and 2. So, ibig sabihin, tingnan na nila yung facilities, lahat-lahat, ang record ng number of infections, very thorough on that. At saka winawarningan kami kaagad pag sa tingin nila dapat tigilan ang isang activity ng department. So the risk is minimized compared to the risks which were recognized before and which made Isabela at that time, a few months ago, na hesitant sila. Oo. So what halimbawa, we ask ourselves, what are your chances of dying today or dying tomorrow, and so on. And tinitingnan nila yon. What are the chances na magkaroon ng outbreak? Yun, because we are dealing with very, very uncertain situations and data. So tinitingnan, it's like insurance also. You measure what is risky, ano bang tinataya natin. Dahil everything has an element of risk. And ang assessment ng Department of Health, that element of risk in Isabela has been already reduced and attended to. I hope I made myself clear. And your question is very important. You see, I have noticed, and I was thinking last night, when we decided, President decided, mag-lockdown, hindi mag-face-to-face, ang daming nagalit. Buong mundo nagalit. Pinupuntahan kami ng lahat na ambassador. Bakit kayo bakit kayo nag-lockdown? Bakit kayo nagsasara? Ngayon naman na binabalik na natin ang school, ngayon lumalabas itong mga reservations. Pero at the time when we were bombarded and we were attacked, we were excoriated, and we were called criminals, etc. There was, at that time, there was silence. Pero now that we are implementing it, of course, the concerns are coming out, and we have to recognize that. And we rely on the Department of Health. Yun din ang instructions ng President. Huwag kayong mag-initiate ng any hakbang without the advice of the Department of Health. Hindi kami gagalaw kung sabihan kami ng Department of Health, hoy, tigil kayo dyan. So ayun, it is really what is the risk about the risk of having Omicron or Delta or what. So ayan. So ngayon na pumayag na after 2 years of noise, after 2 years of condemnation, after 2 years of very, very bad reactions, ngayon that we are implementing, nag-surface na itong mga concerns which I believe have to be of course to be handled and to be answered. And I thank you for bringing these matters up, because these were not brought up at the height of the debate. The impression was that the entire world was saying, Pilipinas na lang ang hindi nag-face-to-face. Classmate natin si Devote, wherever Devote is, na 2 bansa na lang, ganyan-ganyan. At saka daming ambassador nagpunta sa akin, bakit hindi kayo nag-face-to-face? Ngayon, mag-face-to-face tayo, pero maingat tayo. Only where the risk is minimized. And in the case of Isabela, the risk has gone down, as informed by the Department of Health. Thank you.
Salamat po, Secretary.
God so much. Isabela has a very special place in the history of Mindanao, as all of you are aware of, and we don't want to impose more suffering on the people and also on the learners. Thank you.
Maraming salamat din. Opo, Secretary, sa inyong napakaganda at napakalinaw na sagot na naibigay sa amin ngayon sa hapong ito. Kami po ay nagagalat at masaya. Naway, itutuloy na po namin ang aming testing pilot ng aming face-to-face sa darating na linggo. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon.
Thank you, Sir Ronald, sa inyong katanungan.
Salamat sa tulong mo.
Okay, over to you, Direct Nina.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Dalia. And to proceed, ang susunod po na magtatanong, tawagin po natin si Ma'am Julie Idol Durens Alcalde ng Radyo Agong 107.1 Pagadian City. Ma'am Julie?
Lalaki po siya, Direct Nina.
Ay, sorry. Andyan na ba si Sir?
Andyan na po.
Magandang hapon po. Nakamute ba si Sir?
Okay. Mayong udtos tanan, Ma'am Secretary, mayong udto. And magandang hapon po sa mga Assistant Secretary. Nasagot na po yung nasagot na po yung una kong katanungan kanina, yung mga plano. Assessment lang po na yung ginagawa ngayon ng DepEd. Ito na lang yung pangalawang tanong ko. Secretary Briones, kung papayagan po ba kung sakali ang 100% face-to-face classes sa buong bansa, i-require ba po natin ang mga estudyante na fully vaccinated lahat para makapasok po sa ating mga eskwelahan? Kasi po may mga parents po natin ngayon na ayaw nila pabakunahan itong ating mga kabataan. So, i-require ba natin 100% na fully vaccinated ang lahat na papasok sa ating eskwela, both private and public?
Yung tanong kung papayagan ba kung yung fully vaccinated na mag face-to-face, yun ang ating policy na para sa mga, kasi may mga parents, may mga bata, at saka yung sinasabi ko na nga na mga public officials, also local governments, etc., na gusto nila ang face-to-face. Ang policy is face-to-face ay talagang kailangan bakunado yung bakunado yung mga bata. And we have made that a policy. But we are not excluding those na hindi bakunado from continuing their education because face-to-face is only part of blended learning. So mayroon silang alternative kung ayaw nilang magpabakuna kasi alam mo, halimbawa, hindi lamang sa Mindanao o sa ibang bansa, sa ibang bahagi ng bansa natin, napakalaking porsyento ng mga parents na gusto ng face-to-face at saka pumapayag silang bakunahan yung anak nila. Written yan, require namin. Kung hindi basta-basta sino tatangay-tangay magdala ng bata, sasabihin, anak ko ito, bakunahan mo siya. Sinasabi namin, you have to show proof that you are really this is one instance when fathers will admit that they are fathers of their children or mothers. They have to show proof kasi kailangan may consent ang parents. Written talaga yung require natin. So we want to be fair to those who have reservations, which were not at that time expressed with the same fervor and passion at the height of the debate 2 years ago when DepEd was wala na. I mean, during that time, ang nag-aatake sa DepEd ay yun namang gustong-gusto talaga ng So mahalata natin kung gaano din kadami ang gustong-gusto ng face-to-face. Pati mga foreigners, pati mga Pilipino na nasa abroad, galit na galit sila. Pero ngayon, sinasurface na itong mga reservations. So ang policy ngayon, kung mag-face-to-face tayo, ay talagang hinahanap natin yung mga bakunado. Kasi yung numbers na lumalabas, sinishare ni Ruth kanina, not only in Isabela, but in many parts of the country, marami talaga, dumadami yung gusto ng face-to-face na pumapayag ang mga parents. At palagay ko, hindi kami papatawarin sa DepEd, babarilin na naman kami sa DepEd kung sabihin natin na ihalo natin yung bakunado at hindi bakunado. We will also have a lot of will also have problems with the parents who agreed in the first place to have their children vaccinated. So the policy right now is we prefer children who are vaccinated. For those who are not vaccinated, there are other ways by which they can continue their learning without having to participate in face-to-face. Yun ang tingin ko. Ewan ko, correct me Malcolm, correct me Yusek Dads, or si Yusek Rebs kung tama ba yung sinasabi ko. Yun ang tingin ko. Oo. Declared policy natin yan eh. Kasi it's also a national policy. That we are a public institution, of course, as you know. Si Yusek Dads nandito ba?
Malcolm,
Secretary. Kasi Yusek Rebs, oo.
Yeah. Director Nina?
Yes, go ahead, Asik Malcolm.
Gusto ko lang kumpirmahin yung binanggit ng ating kalihim, no? Ito po ay batay doon sa guidelines na ating pong inilabas at sa kasalukuyan po ay finalize na natin yung ating comprehensive guideline. At ayon sa kasunduan between DepEd and the Department of Health, malinaw po doon yung ating patakaran na kung saan ang mga lalahok sa limited face-to-face sa hanay ng ating mga mag-aaral ay preferred, no, to be vaccinated. So talagang we give preference for children, vaccinated children, learners to participate in our limited face-to-face. Ngayon, kung talagang may mga magulang na sa tingin nila ay ayaw nilang pabakunahan yung kanilang mga anak for whatever reason, definitely ako yung magulang na yun, hindi ko rin papayagan yung anak ko na pumunta sa school dahil hindi nga bakunado yung aking anak, dahil alam natin na yung vaccination ay protection. Unang-una protection ito sa atin, no, para hindi nga tayo mahawa ng COVID. So hindi naman natin bibitawan, Director Nina, yung ating remote learning. So kung hindi po makaka-participate ang mga mag-aaral sa paaralan, ay tuloy-tuloy naman ho yung ating distance learning o yung home-based learning natin. So gusto ko lang pong kumpirmahin, Secretary, na tama po yung nabanggit ninyo. Maraming salamat.
Thank you,
Thank you. Ayan, sinabi na ni Assistant Secretary na tama si Secretary kasi kailangan talagang magiging consistent yung sagot namin at saka mas alam ng aking third level officials at members ng EXICOM yung detalye ng ating polisiya. But the overall policy of government, of course, is to encourage vaccination. So we proceed from there. Even as we respect those who don't want and who are now articulating their views in a debate which started 2 years ago. And we were feeling very lonely at that time.
Director Nina?
Yes, go ahead, Asek.
Ma'am, gusto ko lang po ding idagdag na batay din sa ating pong guidelines. Yung mga teachers naman nakahawak ng actual classes, no, ng limited face-to-face ay talaga pong dapat vaccinated. So yun po ay talagang malinaw na sa guidelines natin na only teachers who are vaccinated can handle actual face-to-face classes.
Yes.
Director Nina.
Oo.
Can I say something?
That is very clear dahil mahirap. We also have to respect the desires of parents who agreed to have their children vaccinated and protected. Sa pagkangayon, overall sa buong bansa, mas marami yung nag-agree sa vaccination. At saka dumadami on a daily basis. So we also must respect the choice, as we try to respect also those who have their own reservations about vaccination.
Secretary, maybe RD Ruth wants to add. Yes,
Yeah.
RD.
Kasi dito po sa sa Zamboanga Peninsula, pagdating sa usapin sa vaccination, ito yung nakita ko
Mahina ka, Ruth.
mahina pa rin,
Yes.
naka-max na po yung audio ko. Anyway, sige. Sinasabi ko po yung naging karanasan ko dito mula nung dumating ako sa pagdating sa vaccination rate. Kanina doon sa mga guro, sabi ko nga nung September, tinitingnan ko kasi yung yung datos natin na mula sa 12% na ngayon ay 94% na po ang vaccination rate natin sa teaching and non-teaching. Malaking tulong po kasi yung advokasya at saka yung din pong tamang paghahanda at informasyon na naibibigay natin, lalo-lalo na sa mga magulang. We're happy to note na in terms of school, sa tool po natin sa school readiness, pinakamalaking porsyento po, actually 65% po ng the whole number, based on the total number of schools, ay handang-handa na sa pagbubukas ng face-to-face. So at nakikita ko din po yung pagtaas ng vaccination rate na katulad na nitong nakaraang last 2 months na kasabay po ng kagustuhan ng mga magulang na mag face-to-face ay nandoon din po yung kagustuhan nila o pagpayag nila sa sa pagpapabaksin ng kanilang mga anak. So tama yung sinabi ni Asek Malcolm na I remember nung one of the press con pa nga, isang magulang ang nagsabi na baka pwede daw na maging factor sa pagtaas ng grado ng bata, maging konsiderasyon yung kung vaccinated na. So ibig sabihin nandoon yung mas ako nakikita ko mas mataas po yung porsyento ng sa mga magulang na gusto talagang ipa-vaccinate. So yung kagustuhan nila po na mag-participate sa face-to-face ay nandoon din, kaakibat po yung kagustuhan nila na mag-avail po ng vaccine. So based on that trend, based on the data presented, so kung ihahambing ko po doon sa pagtaas doon sa mga guro at sa mga na tumataas ng pagtaas po ng datos ng nagpapakuna ay kung halos parehas din po ang trend dito sa ating mga parents. So kaya nakikita ko actually out of 2,500 schools, Ma'am Liling, 1,700 po yung school na magpa-participate. That's about 65% of the total population. And ang hinihintay lang natin yung Zamboanga City po kasi until now is level 3, but once na makategorize nila into level 2, well the number will increase, no? So malaking tulong po talaga yung tamang impormasyon at saka yung koordinasyon po natin sa Department of Health, yung hindi po tayo tumitigil sa ating advokasya na pagpapakuna at magandang ehemplo po yung nakita nila na naging matagumpay yung ating pilot limited face-to-face kasi hindi po talaga mula po nung November ang taas po ng gusto talagang mag face-to-face dito. Nasabi nga namin actually minention nyo yung risk kasi katulad nung sa Isabela City po, sila yung pinakamababa doon sa number ng mga schools na magpa-participate. But sa amin, hindi na, katulad ng sinabi ko, yung risk hindi mawawala yan. Pero maiiwasan natin. Kaya nga pinapalakas natin yung mga preventive measures. Ano-ano yung mga yun? So sabi ko, yung advokasya natin sa vaccination, hindi natatapos yan hanggat hindi natin na-achieve yung herd immunity. Yung koordinasyon natin sa Department of Health at saka sa IATF at lalong-lalo na po yung ating yung daily monitoring. Yun po yung pinalalakas talaga natin na dapat araw-araw nalalaman natin kung meron bang transmission na nagaganap at alam nyo gusto po naming I want to as I mentioned earlier, commend kasi po ito shared responsibility. So napakaganda po ng partisipasyon ng mga magulang at saka ng komunidad. Yun ang nakita namin sa face-to-face kasi na-involve sila. So kaya siguro malaking bagay po yon yung involvement ng mga magulang at saka ng mga local government units dito sa ating limited face-to-face at saka yung pagbibigay po ng tamang information. Kasi kanina may mga magulang pa rin po at may mga yung iba kasi ang akala nila lahat papasok na, hindi po. Katulad nung ginawa natin na kalahati muna or yung mga 15 to 20 muna at yung kalahati ay nagmo-modular o online. So hindi po pag sinabi na, kaya nga po yung word natin limited, di ba? Nandyan pa rin po yan. So hindi po ito 100 capacity at ito po ay unti-unti ang pagdadagdag natin. At minention kanina yung word na progressive. So ibig sabihin, hindi naman sabay-sabay magbubukas kaagad. So, yung masusing paghahanda, titingnan natin muna yan at bubusisiin natin kung talaga bang ready na at yung tamang koordinasyon. In other words, lahat ng mekanismo para talagang mapigilan, mabawasan yung risk na sinasabi na alam ko yung agam-agam ng mga magulang ay nandyan. So, yun lang ang pwede nating ibigay na yung tamang paghahanda po at tamang informasyon ay ibigay natin. Maraming salamat po.
Oo. Baka ang other members of the EXICO may want to contribute and give their own perspectives. Yung si Krebsi, kasi sa operations, kita nila yung how it is working out in the entire country. Si Dads naman, yung implications sa curriculum, kasi we talk about blended learning na kasama ang face-to-face. At saka yung sa ibang bansa, kasi tayo, palagi natin, bakit hindi tayo kagaya ni ganito? Bakit hindi tayo kagaya ng ganon? Ang classmate natin ay si Debote lang. Kung ako si Debote, magagalit na talaga ako dyan na palagi na lang kino-compare sila sa atin na mag-classmate tayo. Sa ibang bansa, yung alam kong adore natin dahil number 1 yan sa buong Southeast Asia, sa lahat ng mga examen, sa lahat ng mga assessment, talagang pinakasikat. Pero hindi naman nagtanong sa parents, gusto ba ninyo ng face-to-face? Gusto ba ninyo ng blending? Nag-decide ang Minister of Education. That's it. Mag-decide na ganitong number ng oras para sa that's it. Ito ang requirements sa teachers, that's it. Sinasabi yung mga bata, pumasok kayo sa ganitong araw, ganitong oras, pagkatapos ng klase, uwi kayo diretso sa bahay ninyo, huwag kayong maglinger-linger. Sunod naman ang mga bata. So, kanya-kanyang estilo yan sa iba't ibang bansa na hindi ibig sabihin, porque nagsabi na sila, nag-face-to-face sila, talagang 100% face-to-face. Yung iba isang araw lang kalahating araw, kasi importante din ang online. Pareho silang importante yung face-to-face at saka yung online at saka even yung modular, yung other learning approaches. Dahil ang ating mga bata, handain talaga natin para sa kanilang future. Ay gusto magsalita na si Yusek Dads, magdagdag.
Sige po, Secretary, let's call Yusek Dads, after which Yusek Revsi would also like to have additional responses.
Maraming salamat, Director Nina, at good afternoon po, Ma'am Liling, at sa mga kasama ko sa EXICOM. Tama po yung talaga yung pong sinasabi natin, katulad ng nabanggit nyo na ay hindi naman pwedeng para-parehas yung anyo ng sistema ng pag-implement ng limited face-to-face. Kami po sa curriculum and instruction ay nagsasabi na may mga paraan din naman upang yung pagkikita ng teacher at ng bata habang nandun sa paaralan, kasi nga po hindi naman araw-araw nandun, ay kailangang ma-maximize. So priority po yung pagtingin kung yung mga nagawa sa mga sagot sa modules ay talagang alam ng bata. Yan po ay ini-encourage natin ang mga kasamang guro na bigyang pansin ng mga yon. Ang iba naman po na nakita natin, malikhain, blended nga, bago dumating sa silid-aralan, nagbasa na ang mga bata ng mga kailangang aralin. Kaya po nagiging nauubos yung kaunting panahon kasi hindi pa ho yung buong oras ang nilalagay natin, limited nga siya. na ginagamit po sa pagpapalalim ng pagkakaunawa. So nagkakaroon ng mga discussion sa mga key concepts, mga big ideas na dapat matutunan ng bata. At ang isa pong naibahagi na natin sa karamihan ay ito pong limited face-to-face ay gustong-gusto ng mga bata, pati na ng mga magulang, kasi nga po nagkakaroon ng mas mabilis na feedback ang bata sa kanilang mga ginagawa at hindi po talaga kailangang araw-araw o yung dating kung 1 oras siya ay 1 oras. Ang importante po, nagkaroon na ng pagkakataon na sa pag-aaral ay nakikita ng bata ang kanyang teacher at natatanong niya kung mayroon siyang mga hindi masyadong naunawaan. Yun lang po ang gusto naming bigyang diin na hindi naman kailangang buong araw-araw at yung pong dating oras ang gugugulin. Ang importante po, may estratehiya na yung panahon na magkikita si teacher at ang bata ay nagagamit sa mas napaka-importanting mga bagay. Siyempre po, yung tinatawag nating recovery, kung mayroong mga tinatawag na losses, ay priority rin po yun, yung mga remedial mechanisms. Kasi nga po, siyempre, dahil hindi nila nakita ang teacher, ay may mga sinasabi nga na baka hindi masyadong na-master ng bata. Ito po ay importante. Tayo naman po ay talagang nag-identify ng most essential learning competencies para siguruhin na ang pag-uusapan ay yung napakahalaga na gagamitin ng mga bata sa kanilang patuloy na pag-aaral sa mga susunod na pasukan, pati na rin po sa kanilang mga buhay. Thank you po. God bless po.
Thank you very much, Yusek Dads. Curriculum perspective naman po iyon. Ngayon, let's call on Undersecretary Revsi Escobedo. Yusek Revsi.
Magandang hapon, maayong hapon sa tanan. Mahalaga para sa atin na huwag kalimutan yung mga pamantayan sa pagbubukas at pag-implement nitong limited face-to-face. Meron tayong 5 mahalagang pamantayan at alituntunin. Una, bago yung pagbubukas ng paaralan para mag-participate sa face-to-face, kailangan masuri sa pamamagitan ng Safe School Assessment Tool. Merong ginagamit na tool ang ating mga field officials, ang ating mga school principals, school head, at nandyan ang ating superintendent tungkol dito sa Safe School Assessment. Kung ito ba ay safe para sa pagbubukas ng klase. At itong Safe School Assessment Tool natin ay nakabatay sa 4 na framework. No, itong safe operation ng school, yung teaching and learning, yung inclusivity na dapat makakalahok yung most marginalized students. At importante yung protection and well-being ng student and teachers. Pangalawa, pamantayan, yung assessment ng DOH. Importante po ito dahil dito malalaman kung yung lugar kung saan ang school ay gustong mag-participate ay nasa anong antas ng alert level. Kasi pag sinabi ng DOH na alert level 3 yung lugar na yon ay automatikong suspended yung face-to-face classes. At dito sa alert level system, dito na rin sinasabi ng DOH na naka-factor in na yung kanilang pagtingin batay sa galaw ng COVID sa lugar at yung bed capacity na mention kanina. At sa alert level na ito, pinapahintulutan lamang tayo ng DOH na magbukas sa alert level 1 and alert level 2 na lugar. Pangatlo, mahalaga din yung parent consent. Binibigyan natin ng kalayaan ng mga magulang kung pahihintulutan nila yung kanilang anak na pumasok at mag-participate dito sa limited face-to-face. Hindi naman natin inuobliga na lahat ng mga anak ay pumasok. May binibigyan pa rin natin ng kalayaan. Subalit tayo naman, ini-encourage natin ang mga bata at mga magulang na lumahok sila sa face-to-face dahil sa mga studies, isang pinaka-epektibo pa rin ang na modality yung face-to-face classes. And isa pang pamantayan natin yung LGU support. Mahalaga ang LGU concurrence na kung magbubukas ang isang eskwelahan ay dapat may suporta ng local government unit dahil kinakailangan din ng ang partisipasyon ng LGU, ng komunidad sa pagbubukas ng klase. At ang panghuli, itong aming face-to-face kahit nasa antas ng progressive face-to-face na o progressive expansion, kami ay magsasagawa pa rin ng periodic assessment. Dahil kahit na marami ng lumahok, mas nangangailangan ng mga pag-aaral o assessment, itong aming ginagawa na face-to-face classes under the expanded stage dahil gusto nating malaman ano pa yung mga gaps, ano pang kailangan i-improve at ano pang mga polisiya ang dapat gawin para mas epektibo at epesyente itong pagsasagawa ng ating limited face-to-face sa panahon na meron tayong kinakaharap na pandemic. Yun lamang po, Secretary at Director Nina.
Salamat, Yusik Rebsi. Salamat, Yusik Dads.
Yan, maraming salamat to all those responses. Yes, Sir Julie, I hope we were able to answer all your question.
Okay, maraming salamat po sa mga sa DepEd family at saka kay Secretary Leonor Briones. Thank you po.
Daghang salamat. Makabisita unta ako usab sa inyong region. Kay gimingaw na ko sa inyong kuan, inasal nga kuan nga maalat.
Kakagutom tuloy.
Very unique. This is very, it can only be found in your region. Di ba? Sige.
Yes, Ma'am Dalia, go ahead.
Sige, tuloy-tuloy po tayo. Ngayon ay kausapin naman natin ang ating media partner from Zamboanga del Norte. Tatawagin natin si Ma'am Raswini Montaliana ng Sumada DXAA 92.5 FM at Infinite Balita 98.1 FM. Please go ahead, Ma'am. Si Ma'am Raswini.
Baka na-drop
okay.
or oo.
Siguro na-drop siya. Anyway, alam ko naman, pwede na naman sila makabalik po. Okay, may I read her question? Teachers and DepEd staff who are not vaccinated against COVID-19 are still reporting to their respective offices vulnerable for contamination of the said virus. Do the DepEd or have an order or policy, no vaccine, no teach policy to prevent them against the virus?
Ang pagkakaalam ko and I have my undersecretaries and assistant secretaries to correct me. Ang pagkakaalam ko, hindi natin nina-encourage na mag-physically pupunta ang ating mga non-vaccinated teachers. Kasi the first thing you are asked at the gate pa lang, tinatanong ka na kung vaccinated ka ba o hindi. Kasi otherwise, kasi we have to protect those who are also inside. Ang issue dito ay pinoprotect natin yung ayaw magpa-vaccinate, but at the same time, i-protect natin yung nagpa-vaccinate. And dumadami yung nagpapa-vaccinate. So, kailangan, and pinag-aralan ito ng husto sa ating legal team sa DepEd na while we respect the choices that you make, kasi sabihin natin that you have a right to make decisions over your own body, but then also we have to respect the bodies of other people, the bodies of the rest of the country. Kaya the state has an obligation to protect itself and to protect its people. Oo, yun ang binabalanse diyan. Ang pagkakaalam ko, they are here kaya gustong-gusto kong nandito sila palagi because kung hindi tama yung impormasyon ko, nako-correct nila ako kaagad kung hindi tama yung opinion ko. Ang tingin ko, even if you go to the central office, hindi ka naman talaga allow na papasok kung hindi ka vaccinated. Talagang ititest ka muna. In NCR, dati rini-require nila ang RT-PCR, no? Na bago ka makapasok sa isang public office. Pero nagbago ang isip ng Department of Health dahil ang Omicron napakabilis kumalat. By the time nalalabas yung result ng PCR, namasyal na si Omicron kung saan-saan. Mas mabilis pa ang Omicron kaysa paglabas ng resulta. Kaya hindi nila ibang methods na ang iniisip nila. Ewan ko sa ibang mga gusto ko lang i-confirm ito, but in central office you cannot enter. Many public offices you have to have for the protection not only of yourself who you have particular beliefs, but also the protection of those who have agreed to cooperate with the government policy. So, sino ba? Nandito si Rebsi is a lawyer. Si Asik Badong is a lawyer. Ang ating legal department, last year pa yan, ang kapal ng study about that. Kasi noon pa sinabi na namin, tingnan natin yung the legal ramifications of a decision like this one. Kung recognize ba yung right of the state to protect itself and to protect its population. At saka yung the exercise of the police power of the state. And marami namang mga literature dyan, marami namang karanasan dyan. So, yun ang tanong ko, ang sagot ko, at baka gustong i-correct ako ng aking mga Yusek at saka Asik kasi they're very familiar also with the policy.
Dalia, I think we can call on Asik Malcolm Garma. Asik
Yes,
Malcolm.
sir. Asik Malcolm, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Director Nina and Dalia. Una-una, gusto nating ibatay yung sagot natin sa datos na natin para nang sa ganon, hindi matabunan nitong ganitong issue yung ating mga sinasagawang programa. Kung di po ako nagkakamali, batay sa datos ng ating DepEd Task Force on COVID, na pinamumunuan nila Director Lopez Santos at nila Dr. Dumlao, ay halos nasa 5% na lang ang mga guro at kawani na hindi pa ho nabakunahan. So ibig po sabihin nito, majority o almost 100% ng ating mga teaching and non-teaching personnel ay bakunado na. At ito po yung mga makikita natin na nasa eskwelahan. Pangalawa, nilinaw ko na kanina na non-negotiable yung hahawak ng limited face-to-face classes, dapat bakunado. Ngayon, paano yung mga hindi talaga nagpabakuna at gustong pumunta sa school? Hindi na natin sila pinipigilan, pero batay din doon sa IATF resolution at batay na rin sa ating pong guideline, ay dapat meron silang RT-PCR test or yung antigen test na ipapakita upang sila ay makapasok dito sa mga establishmento na ito. Pangatlo, ang ating pong secretary, ang ating pong Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development o BH or OD ay maglalabas po ng tinatawag nating pinalinaw na guideline on alternative work arrangement. So dito nakasaad kung ano ba ang maaring maging trabaho ng mga guro na hindi bakunado kumpara doon sa mga guro na nabakunahan. So upang magbigyan ng tawagin na natin yung salitang hustisya, o fairness o patas na pagtingin doon sa mga guro natin na talagang they went out of their way to be vaccinated. So ito po yung mga titingnan natin at pinipilit nating balansehin, no, sa ngayon. Ulitin ko lang, Ma'am Dalia, para doon sa nagtanong, na yung hahawak ng klase ng limited face-to-face, non-negotiable. They are vaccinated teachers.
Correct. Tama. Nandito din si Jose Kalihim Pascua kasi siya ang nag-chair ng task force natin sa kabuuang departamento hinggil sa COVID-19. So siya ang malaking papel sa mga pag-contribute at saka pag-shape ng ating mga policies at saka nagko-compile ng mga datos hinggil dito. At kung anong nangyayari sa ating departamento, nangyayari din yan sa lahat ng opisina. Hahanapan ka talaga bago ka makapasok ng isang public institution or building. Director Nina, I suggest, na-promote ka tuloy, I suggest that we also hear from Music Alain. Nandito naman siya.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, hello, ma'am.
Paki-clarify nga kasi mahalaga. Alam mo itong mga tanong na ito, nagsasabi sa atin kung anong hindi pa naliliwanag, kung saan hindi pa maliwanag sa ating mga clientele, sa parents, sa teachers, lahat. Ang concern ko ang teacher kasi I'm surprised really dahil isang isang library na ng issuances ang ginawa natin. Pero itong mga tanong na ito nandyan pa rin kaya kailangan asikasuhin. Music Alain.
Hello, ma'am po. Tama po yung sinabi niyo, ma'am, na meron pong memorandum na nilabas ng DepEd Task Force COVID na firmado at aprobado po ng ating kalihim na nagsasabi ng mga patakaran tungkol dyan sa pagre-report ng mga teachers na hindi pa nabakunahan at kung ano ang mga requirements nila. So, ang kwan po talaga natin dyan ay ang magre-report po ay yung mga bakunado na at kung hindi ho bakunado yan, kinakailangan ni RT-PCR yan na test. At marami pa ho tayong patakaran. Nandito ho sa teams natin ngayon, si Gian ng School Health Division. I'm asking Gian to please upload dito sa chat yung ating aid memo on the vaccination issue at saka yung DepEd Task Force COVID memo on the same issue para naman lahat yung mga media at yung mga opisyalis natin na nandito ngayon sa chat ay makakuha ng kopya at mabasa yung kopya niyan. I-upload yan ni Gian ngayon, ma'am, dyan sa ating chat. At para sa ganon ay mabigyan natin lahat ng guidelines at instruction, lahat yung mga naririto. Pero tama yung sinabi nyo kanina, ma'am, na talagang hindi natin ninanais na yung hindi bakunado ay mapunta sa paralan dahil nga sa protection din nila at sa protection din ng ating mga guro at mga bata.
Ayun, yun na ang sagot. Sana I have also advised our directors or SDSs to make sure na our teachers, kasi sila ang nagtatanong siyempre nasasagap yan ng media, naririnig ng media, pinapasa din sa atin yung mga tanong na yan, para ma-clarify. Kaya ako nga mismo, frankly, nagugulat ako na nakailang issuances na tayo pero mukhang hindi pa rin masyadong maliwanag, lalo na sa teachers. Ako ang concern ko ang teachers natin at saka yung staff dahil sa kanila nanggagaling yung mga tanong at dinidiretso yan sa akin araw-araw. Nakakatanggap ako ng text, minsan naman may mura, minsan naman mayroong good morning, pero kung minsan hindi nag-good morning and so on. Pero kailangang malaman ng mga teachers natin yan. Yun ang nakikita ko na we should exert perhaps more effort on the part of DepEd to see to it that our teachers are are conversant with our policies and that they are up to date. Thank you.
Maraming
So,
salamat
ipadala
po,
ngayon.
Secretary.
Yeah, papadala
Secretary
ngayon sa
Lily.
inyo. Oo.
Tayo po'y magpapatuloy. Salamat po sa mga kasagutan galing sa ating DepEd executives sa paglilinaw sa mga tanong ni Ma'am Roswini Montaliana. Pwede po natin siyang tawagin ulit, baka nasa platform na po siya ulit. Ma'am Roswini?
Feeling secure ako pag nandyan yung mga Yosek-Asi ko kasi sila ang nagsasabi. Sa ibang opisina, ang secretary nagsasabi, tama ka. Pero maganda yung estilo namin dito na sila kasi may memory. Sila tumutulong sa pag-craft ng policy. At they know what is happening in the field. Kaya sila ang tinatanong ko kung tama ba yung sinasabi ko o accurate ba yung sinasabi ko o hindi. Oo. Okay. Sorry for interrupting you, Dalia.
Sige po, pagpatuloy po natin. May follow-up question si Ma'am Roswini. Ang sabi pa niya, how safe for the teachers and the learners in using the classroom if it is used before as isolation facility for suspected and COVID positive in respective barangays when time comes to be used for limited face-to-face classes?
Una, hindi ako doktor ha. Alam ko may lifespan yung mga yung mga viruses na yan. Hindi naman na forever and ever na dyan sila. Hindi naman sila eternal na pagkakapit sa isang lugar. Pangalawa, I have also issued instructions na yung mga gagamitin na ating mga facilities to make sure, and that is also a requirement of the Department of Health, na ready at malinis. Ang sabi ko nga, halimbawa, ang local governments, ang DILG humihingi ng permiso na gagamitin na vaccination center ang ating schools. Sabi ko, hindi sila dapat paghaluin. Yung vaccination center, hindi natin gamitin na classroom. O yung halimbawa, mayroong mga barangay clinics na nasa loob ng campus ng ating mga eskwelahan, dapat hindi yan paghahaluin. And that is the responsibility, of course, of the head of the school, of the SDS, and also the regional director who makes pasyal-pasyal sa mga schools na to assure na yung sinasabing ginagamit for isolation centers gagamitin din for classrooms. Yan ang requirement talaga ng Department of Health. Make sure na yung protocols nila nasusunod. So kung todo linis yan, kung todo make sure na may tubig, kung todo na may gamot. And ako mismo orally, I have said time and again, huwag haluin yung iba't ibang mga activities. Yung halimbawa, vaccination centers, huwag doon magkaroon ng klase. Halimbawa, yung mga isolation centers, huwag din gamitin for whatever purposes. At saka yung mga clinics na nasa loob mismo ng campuses, kailangan hiwalay yung entrance nila. Personally, I am not encouraging the location of barangay clinics inside our school facilities. Dahil nga, we cannot be exposing our children hindi lamang sa COVID or sa kung ano-anong variant yan, but kung ano-anong ibang sakit at saka kung ano-anong makikita ng mga bata kung magdadala ng pasyente. Kasi ginagawa in some schools ang eskwelahan na magiging barangay health center na sa loob mismo ng campus. Sabi ko, hiwalay ang entrance. Kailangan hindi makita ng mga bata yung mga dinadalang mga pasyente at hindi sila mai-expose. At saka responsibility yan. Hindi responsibility ng Secretary of Education, but of the head of school. The school head and of the supervisor, the superintendent, and finally the regional director who represents the Secretary of Education in the region. Okay.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary Liling. And over to you, Direk Nina.
Thank you very much. And for our fifth question. Manggagaling po ito kay Daphne Santuyo ng Press ZS Media Club DXIR FM. And for this question, babasahin na lang po natin.
Hello.
Nandyan po siya yata.
I'm here.
Nandyan po siya.
Ay,
Yes, ma'am. I'm back.
yes. Okay, so andito na po si Ma'am Daphne. Yes, good afternoon po. You may ask your question.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Secretary Briones. This is Daphne Santuyo, and I'm the president of Zamboanga Sibugay Media Club, and I'm also the news director of DXIR FM 94.3, your Infinite Radio. My question is, what are the plans of DepEd to address the negative effects of the expansion of limited face-to-face classes? And since we're allowed to ask two questions, I'll just ask directly the second question because it's just connected. Who will be held accountable if there will be a virus outbreak caused by the face-to-face classes? Thank you.
So far, as I was saying, the pilot study, which covered over 15,000 learners for a period of how many weeks, there was not a single, instance of an outbreak. Ang merong mga the usual sipon kasi panahon ng ulan. Kaya nga na-encourage kami that if we take the proper precautions and if we cooperate as closely as we can with the Department of Health and the Department of Interior and local government, itong mga possibilities. And besides, ang nagpapasafe sa atin, yung which I explained to the gentleman from Isabela, hindi naman tayo papayag kung hindi mababa ang risk assessment. The risk, as you correctly pointed out, is always there. Life is a risk. Breathing is a risk. The thing is, how strong is the risk? How irresistible is the risk? How high is the risk? We will allow it only in low risk assessment situations. So that possibility is, of course, greatly reduced. And that is what happened during our pilot. Kaya nga, remember, NCR, isang katutak na ospital, doktor, lahat na eksperto, nandyan, lahat na negosyo, mayaman. Hindi namin pinayagan. Dahil level 3 sila eh. Maski ba naman, they have all the facilities. Everybody goes to Manila if you have a serious health problem. Pero hindi kami pumapayag dahil sabi ni Department of Health, daw, ingat kayo dyan. At saka tinitingnan din yung capacity, like halimbawa, mga bed capacities, etc. How many doctors do you have? Very extensive yung assessment ng health. Tapos tayo naman, mayroon tayong safety seal assessment tool na ginagamit. So we're trying to control, not really control, but to limit the risks. And we're very, very careful. The minute na magsabi si Department of Health, oy, 3 na yung lugar na pinayagan ninyo, automatically we stop it already. Tapos yung tanong na what will happen if there would be surges or accidents, that's where the Department of Health comes in already, and that is where the IATF comes in already dahil sila ang responsible dyan. But of course, we will always cooperate dahil ito mga bata natin, and we're very interested in this. Ang punto lang, we cannot deny, we cannot say guaranteed 100% risk-free. We always, pag makita mo sa media, ito risk-free, ito walang risk, itong financial instrument, you deposit in this bank, risk-free, hindi yan totoo. There is always a risk. The thing is to limit and to make sure mababa yung risk. And we will only do the face-to-face in low-risk regions and in low-risk schools. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Yes, Secretary. Thank you so much for that.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good afternoon.
Maraming salamat, Ma'am Daphne. And yes, Ma'am Dalia, we can proceed with our next question.
Okay, salamat, Ma'am Nina. Ang susunod po nating kumustahin ay si Sir Randy Cabasag ng DXFL 88.9 ng Zamboanga del Norte. Sir Randy?
Si Tata, si Tata dia?
Superintendent Triambolo, Sir Ronnie, paki-off ng mic po. Okay, tawagin natin muli si Sir Randy Cabasag. Sir Randy, are you already around? Are you with us? Okay. Babasahin ko na lang po muna habang papasok pa po si Sir Randy. Eventually, schools will again be open for face-to-face classes for all learners. Yet, there may be parents and learners who may opt for blended learning delivery modality, having tried it to be also workable, convenient, and less expensive. Is DepEd giving consideration to multimodal learning delivery as part of its curriculum implementation when the country will be declared COVID-free? How is the DepEd preparation of the learning infrastructure that fits to the possibility of multimodal learning delivery?
Right now, we're into learning delivery kasi ang ano natin, ang ating approach is blended learning. Hindi lang natin na-implement immediately yung face-to-face component, pero kasama ang face-to-face niyan. So whatever works in a particular region or a particular school, we implement it kung alin ang effective, no? And again, I would like to repeat what I said earlier. Yung expectations natin na mag face-to-face, it will be like the face-to-face of old. It will not be like that because I'm not aware of any country na 100% face-to-face. Hindi mo maiiwasan that an educational system has to have both. Kailangan ng face-to-face for the socialization of the child and the effectiveness of the learning process. Pero kailangan din ang online because when they go out into the world and work, nandyan si online. Many people are already working online. Kailangan sanay sila sa technology. So yung dalawa na yan, hindi mo mapaghiwalay. So yung ating face-to-face, mayroong online component. At saka yung online component natin, mayroon ding face-to-face component. Now, in other countries, which we have been observing, particularly Southeast Asia, yung sinasabi nating pinakamasikat, pinakamagaling na mga schools, ang nagde-decide yan is the Minister of Education, the minister all by himself. Kasi siya ang pinaka-boss chief dyan. And tayo, we are really doing everything to consult and to involve everybody in the process of education. Even as we say na importante ang face-to-face, we are also saying that importante ang online and other modalities of learning. Let me give you an example because you are in media. One of my friends who is in media was saying, she lives in Caloocan and her child studies in a school, a very well-known school in Makati. Kung mag face-to-face yan, it will cost her a fortune to be able to send her child to face-to-face session. So happy siya sa online dahil hindi siya masyadong gagastusan. I know some parents are already shifting to other educational institutions dahil mayroong cost implications yung policy, ang choice between online and ganon. Ang importante lang that we have to balance both. And at the same time, and I keep on repeating this, especially to our teachers, we should never forget that we are Filipinos. Okay, gusto nating magaling tayo sa online. Gusto nating magaling tayo sa face-to-face. sa pagharap ng teacher. Pero kailangan magaling din tayo na citizen. Magaling din tayo na Pilipino. Kabisado din natin yung ating history. Yan, yung tatlo na yan, kailangan nasa ating educational system. And it's not easy because aaching lang ang Department of Education. Siyempre, a lot of people want to give advice and to give comments, no? And tell us also what we should be doing, which is only to be expected. But in other forms, in other countries, which we so admire, the decision making is very much faster because tinanong ko nga yung mga ibang bansa kung tinanong ba ang parents kung papayag sila ng face-to-face. Tinanong ba ang parents na papayag sila yung anak nila papasok sa school. Wala namang, hindi naman ganun. Basta sinasabi lang na ito, mag face-to-face tayo, ganito yung schedules natin, once a week pumunta kayo, etc. Ganito ang oras. Pagkatapos ng oras na uwi kayo, tapos mga bata, sunod naman, uwi naman sila kaagad. Sabi ko, I'm not sure kung that will completely work with us. So we have to find our own way. But the end all and the be all is to prepare our children to face the world when they go outside. And siguro you have noticed, we prepare our children to be doctors, to be engineers, to be scientists, to be teachers. But ang ating mga bata ngayon, paglabas nila, we don't even know what kinds of jobs are waiting for them. Tingnan mo yung mga definitions ng mga courses ngayon. Nag-fit in ba yan sa ating curriculum? Yung mga bagong mga jobs na lumalabas. Jobs which we don't even know exist because of the demands of technology, because the demands and changes in society. And the thing is, we have to train our children to accept change. And that is also crucial. We try to do it blended. We try to do it distance. We try to do it face-to-face. But dapat hindi natin yan kalimutan. Ngayon, sabihin natin, gusto natin mga bata magiging doktor. Malay mo, all that a patient will need is something on his wrist which will monitor everything, mag-analyze, mag-prescribe sa kanya. Ano nang papel ng doktor? Yung engineer, halimbawa, ano nang papel ng engineer? Anong klaseng jobs? Even in communications, they don't call. Nung unang panahon, ang tawag ng mga people in communications ay public relations, di ba? Or they're called media people. Ngayon, mayroon na silang ibang mga terminologies na ginagamit to describe new jobs. And that is what we have to ready our children for. And you cannot do it with only one methodology. And we cannot do it with only one version of what we think is the truth. Kaya I can share with you many of my observations. Education will not be the same as the education that we had. Di ba? Ano nung klaseng mga jobs? Yung mga jobs na lumalabas, you've never heard of them eh. At saka yung mga specializations like yung noon yung culinary arts, ang tawag natin yan ay home economics, na yung mga girls lang ang nag-aaral yan. But men excel in this already. Sa science, daming very exciting fields. So, ihanda natin yan and we cannot do it by only one method. We cannot do it just by face-to-face. There has to be a combination of approaches, and that is the challenge to education at this time. Ano na yan? Para naman iturot na may ultimo adios. What education should be. Okay.
Maraming salamat po. Secretary Liling. So I think this time,
Feeling ako kagaya nung interviewer na nag-interview ng Presidential Boards na nagbigay ng lecture.
yes,
Hindi,
ma'am.
hindi
Thank you
dapat,
po.
oo.
Okay.
Talia.
Maraming salamat po ulit. Back to Direk Nina.
Thank you, Ma'am Dalia. Ngayon naman, tatawagin natin ang susunod na magtatanong, a representative from the Regional Federated SSG, ating SSG President, Chris Bautista. Nandito kaya, Chris Bautista ng Regional Federated SSG.
This is the student, ano?
Yes po, Secretary.
Great. Oo, I want to hear from them.
I hope andito sila kasama natin sa ating platform. Chris Bautista. Ayan, habang inaantay siguro, I think Ma'am Dalia is trying to get in touch with
Yes.
Oo, habang inaantay natin, Secretary, I can read the first question. Anyway, dalawa naman yung nakasapit na questions. For the first question, it reads, what are the prepared programs of the central office for the SSG in the implementation of the face-to-face classes amidst the pandemic?
Very, very good questions. All these decades in education, this is just my observation, no hard feelings lang. I have noticed that we have always been, for how many decades, been concerned about our teachers, which is just right, welfare ng teachers, etc., etc. But we have to give attention to our major clients. Who are the learners? Who are the students? And the question that is being raised is really legitimate. And only recently, I appointed an assistant secretary, si J.V. Respicio, who is who has been a leading student leader and in University of the Philippines, finished law, and so on and so forth. And so we are going to take a look, or we are going to enrich the existing programs which have been developed specifically for the students. Tama yung tanong. Kasi ang laki ng attention, and I think it is a correct naman na we are always concerned about the welfare of our teachers or what should happen to our teachers. But at the same time, ang bottom line natin is the provision, is maliwanag ang Constitution, na is the provision of quality education for our learners. So now we have an assistant secretary who will be very involved and who will be working with the student organizations. So at least naman, as we are finishing our term, kasi there was a time kasi na I don't know how to describe the situation na in a sense hindi na yung youth formation division, not during my time, was not, yung youth formation division was not as active as you would assume it would be. Oo. So it's only, again, during my time, we are endeavoring and we are working out programs, we are getting in touch with the SSGs and so on. Kasi at the end of the day, ang natin, yung mga estudyante, yung kanina sinabi ko, what are we preparing them for? We prepare them to accept change. By the time they go out, the world will be different from what they are used to. No? By the time they go out, as I said, you assume you want to be a doctor, an engineer, or what. Pero ano yung mga jobs which are available? Yung mga descriptions ng mga activities ngayon, ibang-iba. And we have to help the children be aware of these choices that they have to make. And yung change, isa ding issue na kung ano, isang connected, and I'm glad tinanong ito ng ating mga estudyante. We are very interested in the matter of mental health. I had a dialogue with the student government leaders when I visited Region I. Ang feedback ng mga student leaders at that time that they want to know more about mental health, how to cope with what they are facing, which is very insecure, which is very uncertain, and it is very different from the world that we are used to. Tayo, we live, I don't know sa inyong panahon, kayong mga teachers, but sa karamihang Pilipino, medyo secure. You go to school, you take a degree, you become a lawyer, you become a doctor, and then you have a career, that's it. Pero ngayon, hindi na. You don't know what kind of jobs. Mag-train ka ng doktor. Anong papel ng doktor in the future? Anong papel ng engineer in the future? Anong papel ng, as I said, ng technology? Oo. In the future, tingnan ninyo yung listahan ng mga courses na ino-offer ngayon ng third level institutions. Ang layo-layo sa nasanayan natin. And our learners have to be prepared and to be prepped for this kind of world that they are entering, which is very different from our world. Kaya it's not enough to have blended. It's not enough to have face-to-face. Sabi ko, it's not enough to have blended, but it is not enough to have one approach to education. If we really want our children to be prepared. And one of their interests is mental health. So in relation to what are your plans, we're going to start more programs on the matter of mental health. And we want to involve the students themselves. And secondly, yung mga other student programs, since I came in, our Youth Formation Division has initiated many programs. Gusto nating continue and further enrich. So prepared yung mga estudyante natin when they go out into the world to hopefully conquer the world and to, set up, to blaze paths for themselves and for their country. Ayun. What are our plans? Marami. We have an assistant secretary now. We have a great interest in mental health. We're going to set up a special program on mental health. We're going to look at, blended face-to-face. And we're encouraging the student governments, not only the student governments, but the students themselves to give us feedback on what should be done para naman magiging balance, and we will be responding to the constitutional requirement.
Maraming salamat, Secretary. Speaking of involving the students, I hope nakapasok na sa ating Zoom meeting link si Chris Bautista, again, Regional Federated SSG President.
Hey Chris, nakapasok ka na? Nagtulod na ka?
Ayan. Or if not, dito na ba si Chris Bautista?
Yan.
Or andito ba ang ating teacher coach? Kasama ba natin? Baka on behalf of Chris and the whole SSSG, pwedeng siya po ang magtanong.
I think Direct Minya, the coach, Sister Roy Bazar.
Yes po.
Sir, pwede niyo on behalf of our
Roy, have I met you
president.
before? Kasi I have met a number of student leaders. Nagkita na ba tayo?
Wala pa ma'am, negative pa po Ma'am Leonor. Actually po, teacher po,
The fact that you call me
advisor po.
Leonor means that we have not met because nobody
Yes
calls
po.
me Leonor. They call me
Sorry.
Liling.
Wala po po Ma'am Liling. Actually ako po yung advisor ni Chris Bautista, teacher advisor po.
Oo niya. Ang sumaya to ron.
These are the questions of the federated regarding we have two questions. The first one is, what are the prepared programs from the central office regarding the SSG and the implementation of the face-to-face classes amidst this pandemic? Although it was being discussed, but as to the student leaders, do they have that activities? Although we had already the crafting of the CBL last time, but if we can make it possible, the SSG or the federation would like to ask if within the region they can meet along the way with the rest of the division federated officers, if that would be possible with the DepEd daw po.
I will pass on your concern and your request to ASEC JB Respicio. He just took his oath of office, and I'm sure he will be interested in listening to you. The last time I had a dialogue with student leaders was in the north, which I visited, and at that time the student leaders expressed a very strong interest, one in the curriculum, and second, mas una pa siguro even the issue of mental health challenges for the students. Hindi na nila inulit yung request for academic freeze, etc. Hindi. Kasi they know that they're already missing out on a lot of many developments as young people, and as you yourself know.
Yes po.
So na lang through, nandito naman si Ruth, ipasa na lang. So I will pass it on also to ASEC JB.
Yes po.
See, right now ang focus namin is setting up this mental health program. Dahil specific request yan ng mga SSGs leaders whom I met from various places ng Youth Formation Division. Okay.
Yes po.
Ang samantay ikaduhan na yung tanong.
The second one po is, what are the insights as the Secretary of Education po regarding our youth leaders participating the election rallies, some of it of our student leaders from the different DepEd schools? So what would be, is there any sanctions, or what would be their commotions regarding that participation po?
Again, this is where I will want the USEX and the ASECs also to participate, and even a regional director, because they know what is happening out there in the field. No, ang question mo yung participation in political rallies. Una, are they paid to participate in these political rallies?
Yes,
we hear a lot of feedback about so-called scholarships na which will be awarded after attendance at a particular rally, at saka yung anong mga incentives na ganon, and we would not want our learners, and you know that you are the advisor, na right from the beginning, umpisa lang ng ating mga learners, tinuturuan na natin sila ng usual political exercises and practices. Kung gusto nating mag-participate sila in a positive manner, pero yung tanungin nga natin, because we hear reports about such practices, especially for the hindi masyado sa high school level but more sa tertiary level ang nakita namin na ganong klaseng activity. Kung gagamitin sila, I mean, we would not encourage that. Of course, in the same manner that we don't encourage our teachers to participate for whatever consideration in political activities. There are those who participate because they truly believe in what they are, what their candidates are advocating. But there are also those whom we hear might be participating for other considerations. And ayaw natin yung mangyari. These are learners, kung sa atin, high school yan. And we're already teaching them how our present political system operates, then that would not be good for the future of the hope of our fatherland or our motherland. Yeah.
Yes po.
That is my immediate but I don't know about sino bang well, si Yusek Alain dahil ang Youth Division Formation is under him right now, and perhaps Yusek Dads can give his addition. Huwag lang bilhin yung mga bata. And that is the responsibility.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. The prohibition actually when it comes to joining political rallies are on the career service or on government employees.
Yes, that's very clear.
There's a very clear guideline on that. Our teachers, public school teachers, and DepEd officials are barred from attending political rallies and partisan activities. As regards to students, even student leaders joining political rallies and partisan events, I think they are not covered with that kind of prohibition. But of course, our teachers and our parents are enjoined to provide guidance to their children and to our students. But it is an exercise of freedom of expression from on the side of the student leaders. I think that's my initial idea, ma'am. But Yusek Rebsi perhaps can more or less explain all the rudiments of the legal framework when it comes to this kind of issue. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Direk Nina, pwedeng anuhin natin si Yusek Rebsi?
If Yusek Rebsi is still with us, yes, ma'am. Yusek Rebsi.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good afternoon ulit. Mahalaga sa
afternoon na sir ata.
Afternoon. Ngayong hapon, Sam. Mahalaga sa isang lipunan o isang bayan na ang kabataan ay maging mapanuri, may matalas at malalim na paggagap sa isyong panlipunan. Subalit yung participate sa mga political rallies or political activities ay kung ang ating mga learners ay below 18, dapat ay may masusing paggabay ng magulang at ng guro, at ang kanyang partisipasyon ay dapat voluntary, hindi dapat sa pamamagitan ng pag-uudyok ng isang individual na may pampolitikang interes o kaya grupo. Ang hinihikayat natin na ang ating kabataan ay maging mapanuri sa mga isyong panlipunan at mag-participate sila voluntarily. Subalit kung sila ay below 18, dapat mahalaga, sabi nga ni Secretary at ni Yusek Alain, yung guidance ng kanilang magulang at ng guro. At yung mga above 18 naman ay malaya silang mag-participate. Subalit dapat muna nilang malaman at suriin kung ano ang tamang impormasyon at ano ang wastong kaalaman batay sa kanilang pag-aaral at pag-alam sa isyong panlipunan. Yun lamang po.
May bago akong assignment sa iyo, Yusek Rebs. Kasi we have to start with the teacher. Kasi ang teacher advisor, teacher coach, teacher, ang laki ng influence sa mga estudyante. There is a stage in a learner or young person's life what the teacher says is even more important than what the parents or what your religion tells you, or the faith, or what society tells you. And that happens quite often. Now, what is the law about teachers participating in political activities? Usually, from my own observation, kung magpa-participate, halimbawa, we're talking here about our DepEd children. No? These are likely high school. They might be under 18. Anong papel ng teacher? But remember that the civil service and COMELEC has very clear regulations on the participation of public employees, including the teachers, in political partisan activities. So doon magiging vulnerable ang teacher. Kung halimbawa kasi yung participation in partisan political activities, and that might include convincing, halimbawa, maraming, alam naman natin na ang dami-daming nagiging politically active because of the influence of their teachers. Turo ni teacher yan. At saka maski anong sasabihin ng parents, talagang you reach a point when what the teacher says is more important. It is the teacher who is vulnerable to the regulations of civil service and the COMELEC. And this is why I am giving a special assignment to you, Secretary. Siyang pinili ko because he has compiled already he has a compilation of all the regulations, COMELEC and civil service, on the participation of public employees like teachers in partisan political activities. And ang gusto kong makita, hanapin niya kung mayroong prohibition against convincing, against organizing. Diyan vulnerable ang teacher. Pag vulnerable ang teacher, then that becomes an issue. Kasi sabi natin, the 17-year-old, the 18-year-old, hindi naman sila, So we go to the teacher advisor, the teacher coach, the teacher influencer, who shapes. I don't know if, of course, some of you know that I am a former. I led the life of an activist for many years of my life, and it was wala naman blame because I owe him so much. It was my teacher. And many of us, many students who go into partisan political activities is due to the influence of their teacher. Kaya tingnan natin if the provisions in the COMELEC and the civil service would include influencing, organizing, and even leading and accompanying students, kasi mga bata ito lalo na sa atin. So ang akin lang ito, advice ko lang ito, is really directed towards our teachers, kasi sila ang magiging object nitong prohibition, As for the children, maliwanag yung sinabi niya ni Jose Calin. Ang ganda ng question na ito. I like the question because it's becoming more and more relevant as the election draws near. Yung sinabi ni Alin, kung below 18 yan, parental guidance. At saka ang role ng teacher is crucial. Oo. I cannot right now, if you'll ask me sa generation ko, yung those who were very active as student leaders, the influence of the teacher is very powerful. Now you have the civil service and the COMELEC rules. If they're vulnerable to that, then we have to remind our teachers na nandyan yan. And I would suggest, twice na namin yan pinalabas. But then, yun ang we are not a reading department. People do not read. They do not read circulars, do not read memos, we do not read instructions. I'm not sure if we have read for the second time na ginawa ito ni Revsi. Yung compilation na ginawa mo, Revsi, about civil service and COMELEC prohibitions on political activity. Yun ang pag-interesa natin. Kasi doon ang connect nila sa estudyante. And I'm glad na Rene's yung question na yan, because it is our duty to inform our teachers that this is connected to their role with the students. Any student, any advisor teacher knows how powerful an advisor is, whether it be for sports or for and partisan political activity. You go back to the teacher. Di ba, Alin? Di ba, Revsi? Kung kung may prohibition sa kanila, therefore we have to advise them to be more prudent and careful, especially as the election draws near. And thank you for that question. It's ngayon lang yan na-raise, and I think it's a very crucial and important question, which, like it or not, we have to face. What is the role of the advisor? What is the role of the coach? And so on, whether it be swimming or basketball or music or what. Have I answered your question?
Yes po, ma'am. Thank you po, Ma'am Lily.
Oo.
And because some of the concerns was being raised regarding about the participation of the students, especially that the senior high schools some of them are approaching to 17 to 18 years old. And as we had experience also in the crafting of the CBL, one of the SSG from, I think, I don't know, I could not remember the region. They are referring to the freedom of expression of the side of the students. So that's why in our end, with the RFSSG of Region 9, we talk about this one regarding that freedom of expression, regarding they talk that one as absolute freedom. But on our side, we are very much proactive regarding to the DepEd mandates. So that's why we raised the questions, so that it would be somehow to the authorities na magiging true to all teachers din po yung mga concerns po namin RFSSD po.
Actually, one of the ewan ko kung sa national level siya, yung National Federation was insisting on freedom of expression. And when I was in high school, my story, and I don't know whether it was about Quezon or somebody, na he got into a very strong argument, tapos sinuntok siya, tapos nag-nosebleed, na broken yung kanyang ilong. And then sabi in defense, the guy who hit him said, I'm only exercising my freedom. Tapos sagot ni Quezon, your freedom ends where my nose begins. Kasi tinamaan yung kanyang ilong. Oo. And when and that student was very, very fierce in defending freedom of expression. And of course, we all know that there are limits to freedom of expression. For example, if students, learners are taught, for example, to bring down government, that is illegal. So paano na yung freedom of expression mo dyan? I-rally-rally mo yan, ibagsak, and patayin si ganito, etc. Tapos yung apo ng isang head ng isang educational institution, sabi pa ng apo niya, sunugin si Briones. So sa mga ganon na klaseng freedom of expression, there are limits to that. May limit yan. So hindi naman na maski anong sasabihin mo na and you call people names and you tell them to go to hell. I have been told to go to hell. I don't know kung estudyante ba yun o hindi. But there are limits to such activity. That's why you have anti-libel laws. That's why kailangan ma-regulate yung ganong klaseng mga So going back to your question, participation in political activities, let us look at the role of the advisor. Kasi this is where the COMELEC and civil service rules are very clear. If there is any activity that the advisor engages in which is contrary to COMELEC and civil service rules, then that advisor, that teacher is vulnerable. Now, as for the 18-year-old kids, they have to be under parental supervision, including the supervision of their teachers. So vulnerable din ang teacher. We cannot be arresting parents, but we can also be disciplining teachers. And thirdly, what are we teaching our learners? Anong tinuturo natin? To plot revolution, to murder people, to engage in warfare, then that is illegal. You can express as much as you will, but to advocate, for example, yung tawag namin noon AS armed struggle, that is a different matter. And we have had students going underground, and you know that also, getting arrested. I come from a region where we have such instances. Kasi ang next step dyan is going underground, same as in UP. Or even in a province like Negros. So, salamat sa tanong na yan. I think this is one significant, alam mo Ruth, this is a very significant and important question. And for once in a regional conference, ngayon ko lang narinig itong question na ito, which I think has to be faced and to be resolved. We may not have control over the students, but we have control and we have the responsibility to discipline our teachers. So Revs, madali naman yun dahil nandiyan na yung mga materials mo, di ba? May listahan lang yun ng activities mga 1, 2, 3, 5 yan ng mga mga partisan political activities which are prohibited, and that is where our teachers will be vulnerable. Sige. Salamat.
Maraming salamat.
Can I get your name again?
Sir Roy po yan, Secretary.
Roy, paki-forward na lang yung paki-forward sa akin. By email is the fastest. So I can pass on the request of the student leaders to ASEC JV. Dumadami
Yes
na
po.
yung trabaho ni JB because right now he's very engaged with mental health. So,
I actually already gave ASIC JV a heads up. I was telling him we're in the press conference po.
oo.
Oo.
That's good.
Anyway, thank you very much, Sir Roy, for relaying the
Yes
concerns of
po. Thank you po, Ma'am Liling. Thank you po, Director.
you.
Salamat po.
Sige.
Thank you, Ma'am Dalia.
Thank you po din, Direk Nina. We will proceed. We'll back to Pagadian City muna tayo. Ito, tatawagin natin si Ma'am Vanessa Cagas Tumakmol ng DXBZ-AM, Radyo Bagting, and DXABL FM ng Pagadian City. Nasa platform ba siya ngayon? I think kanina I saw her. If she's around, ma'am, please proceed.
Oo. Ang sa ngalan niya? Ang sa tuyang ngalan?
Vanessa Gagas Tumakmol.
Vanessa, ang ganda naman. Vanessa Redgrave.
Anyway po, yung unang katanungan niya ay babasahin ko po. Tungkol po sa Special Hardship Allowance, ano-ano po ba ang konkretong batayan para sa makabenepisyo nito?
As far as I know, sana kung nandyan pa si Yusek Ann, ma-share niya yung mga ng special definition ng special hardship allowance. Kasi ang nagsiset up niyan is the Department of Budget and Management and then in cooperation of course with the civil service, tayo we implement. And then also I noticed na halimbawa, we think of special hardship allowance generally na monthly or weekly. Kaya yung special hardship, you suffer the special hardship during the time that you're having classes. But on weekends na walang klase, yun, nagiging issue yan in some schools kasi yung head ng school o yung binibilang na bakit bibilangin, babayaran mo yung Saturday and Sunday na wala namang pasok. So hindi ka nag-undergo ng hardship. So ano yung definition ng special hardship? It's related, I believe, guess ko lang ito, to communication system or yung status ng mga transportation or there is a security problem. Guess ko lang ito. So mayroong ganon, and it is the DBM which determines kung how a person will qualify. Pero one issue that I know na pinagdidebatehan usually between the school head and kuminsan the SDS is yung number of days. Kasi people expect special hardship on a monthly basis or on a weekly basis. Pero they don't undergo the special hardship at the time when they are not in school or when they are at home, no? So yun lang ang binibilang. Alam ko kasi nakakaratingan sa akin, galit na galit yung mga teachers, bakit binibilangan sila ng ganun. But it's really DBM. Nandiyan ba si Yusek Ann? Pwede kayang
I'm here, ma'am. I'm here, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Sagutin mo, Ann.
Hello.
How
Yes,
special
ma'am. Good
is
afternoon
special
po sa
hardship?
inyong lahat. Yes, so this is hardship index na po ang tawag. Special hardship index. It replaced the old guideline. And this new hardship index is in partnership with the UNICEF. So it's not just DepEd who made the index. Kasama po natin ang mga consultants who identified the definition or help us make the parameters of the hardship index. And there are 8 major factors that affected po. Yung pong 8 factors na ito ay number 1, travel cost to the division office, travel time to the division office, poverty incidents, violence acts, no electricity, no water, no internet, and there are temporary learning spaces needed. So may mga weights po ito na inilagay at pagka na-compute po ito at 0.37 po yung index ay automatic na meron pong makukuha na special hardship allowance yung ating mga teachers na papasok doon sa parameters na yon. Sa all guidelines po, kailangan nila mag-apply. At nagkakaroon po ng subjectivity kasi meron lang po nag-grant ng allowance, meron naman po hindi nag-grant. But with this index ay automatic na lista o na-enumerate yung mga eskwelahan na pumasok doon po sa level ng hardship na na-compute using the 8 factors that I mentioned. So this is actually an issuance of the Department of Budget and Management and the Department of Education. At iulitin ko po yung mga factors na considered dito ay travel cost, travel time, poverty incidence, violent acts, no electricity, no water, no internet access, and there are temporary learning spaces needed. At may mga weight po itong mga hardship factors na ito at doon po papasok yung eligibility ng mga teachers natin. Now, this is relatively new, ma'am, and we know that it affected a lot of other teachers who benefited from this allowance before. And our Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development is doing the review and assessment. Tingnan lang po natin kasi 3 years po yung nakalagay dito na ating pong obserbahan itong bagong formula na ito. And isa po sa gusto natin talagang magkaroon ng advantage or benefit from this new hardship index is the difficulty to apply and process, which now is not a requirement. It is now an automatic allowance, and they don't need to submit a lot of documents because we consider these factors that we just enumerated. Walo po yun. Thank you po, ma'am.
Now, which this is a concrete issue debate in one province. Yung gusto nilang bilangin yung weekend. Gusto ng mga teachers na halimbawa ibilang yung weekend, namang head ng school at saka yung supervisor ayaw. So paano yung pagbilang niyan? Do you make bilang-bilang only the days where they are being subjected to very special hardships, or you
Yes,
do it
ma'am.
on a monthly basis? Or
Yes. Monthly
laruin
po siya, monthly allowance. And it depends on the actual physical duty of the teacher to the school. So affected dito, ma'am, actually yung kanilang alternative work arrangement. If they are working at home, then there's no hardship involved. So only when they report physically ay yung po yung magkakaroon dito ng criteria or validation. Ang kailangan lang na document ngayon ay daily time record, ETR.
Which the head of school or the higher officials refuse to sign. Kaya nagiging cause ng awa yan. Isa din is halimbawa, sabihin mo, yung transportation, walang kalsada, mahirap, daming lubak-lubak, daming malaking bato, and all that. Tapos, itong DBM nagpa-build. So I had this conversation with DBM, no? Kung mag-put up na sila ng kalsada o mag-put up na ng internet, mababawasan yung mga criteria ng special hardship. And so, malungkot yung mga teacher kung may kalsada, kung mayroon ng internet, kung may transport na, o kung may ilaw na. Kasi yung listahan ng mga criteria for hardship, nababawasan. Kaya binibiro ko nga si Ben noon, Ben, dahan-dahan ka ng mga build mo dyan. Dahil pag mag-build ka ng kalsada, hindi na maka-hardship yung ibang nag-i-expect ng special hardship. Tapos, ang sagot naman niya, Liling, saan ba ako lulugar nito? Oo. Sabi niya na kailangan naman na mag-build ng facilities. So nagiging source of ill feelings ito. Kasi pag gaganda na yung kalsada, di -1 category ka na dyan. Pag mayroon ng internet, di -1, ano na naman. mababawasan na naman yung criteria na for this special hardship. It's not going to be very hard anymore. Nagkaroon ng, I don't know how you would describe this kind of situation. Pero tama ka, mahirap i-implement talaga yung special hardship in terms of contrasting development objectives vis-a-vis recognizing the sacrifices and the difficulties of our teachers, for example, in the department. Mayroon ba dong matters of national security, Yusek Ann? Kasama ba sa criteria, Ann? Hindi narinig ni Ann. Kasi kung kasama yung security, mayroon tayong teacher na sa bundok, kung on moonlight nights na mamasyal yung mga how do I describe them? Yung mga tao nang haharana, nakiki-discussion, etc. Kasama ba yan sa special hardship na ng mga different types of people with different ideologies? Ano mo ba yan as a special hardship in itself? But anyway, what we are agreed on right now is that it is a little difficult to implement. Pero ang end all and be all dito, of course, is the DBM. Kasi sa kanila yung mga guidelines na yan.
Baka na ano po si Yusek Ann from the call secretary, but on the guidelines of SHA, kasama po yung occurrence of violent acts within the school or immediate surroundings.
Kasi we really have instances like that, kasi sometimes we have practices, I don't know if it is true in your region, but in other regions, may mga practices where the teacher lives or occupies one of the classrooms, di ba? Rather than go home every week, and doon sila nakatira. And so, I suppose, depende on how nice the midnight visitors are, or how good looking they are, or how nice their singing voice is. But there is that kind of risk, and that has happened a number of times. Nakangiti si Yusek Ann tuloy. I know of real stories like that. Halimbawa, in places na supposedly dominated by particular groups, tapos magpa-social sila, magpa-baile, magpa-dance, tapos iimbitahin yung teacher. Ano ba yan? Special hardship ba yun? To be dancing away and drinking away with groups whose objectives are different from ours. Siguro, anyway. Let DBM, my answer, sino ngayong nag-raise ng question? My answer is that it should be DBM who will make the final decision because the guidelines come from them. We can express our opinions on what constitutes a special risk.
Yeah.
But the final determination, as always, would be by the DBM itself and perhaps even civil service. Kasi sila ang nag-set up ng criteria dyan eh. Sige, sunod.
Okay, thank you po very much sa atin pong secretary, si Ma'am Liling, sa sagot po ng katanungan
For
ni
every
Ma'am
question you
Vanessa.
raise, I know specific stories because I hear a lot of stories from various parts of the country. Oo. Sige.
Thank you po, Ma'am Liling. Back to you, Direk Nina.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Dalia. And to proceed with our next set of questions naman, no? After the special hardship allowance question, dito naman po tayo sa susunod na katanungan mula kay Sir Arnold Flores ng WOW PH TV Zamboanga del Sur. Andito po ba si Sir? Kung wala na si Sir Arnold, okay, wala na ata sa... Oo. If wala na sa call, babasahin na lang po natin ang kanyang question. For the first question, 2 years na ang nakalipas mula nang magkaroon tayo ng pandemya. Mag 2 years na rin ang mga estudyante natin na nag-module at nag-online class. This year, pag magkaroon tayo ng face-to-face classes, ang mga elementarya magiging high school na, ang high school magiging senior high na rin. Higit sa lahat, ang senior high magiging college na. Ang tanong ko, sa tingin niyo ba handa na ang mga estudyante natin sa next level ng pag-aaral nila considering the new environment? Secretary, would you want to respond to this question? Ayan. So basically po, parang handa na ba ang ating mga students to move up with our blended learning modalities?
Nangyayari na yun. Nakapag-graduate naman tayo. Nakapagpatapos naman tayo. Even sa ALS, hindi yung handa ba tayo? Kasi ginagawa na natin yun eh. Immediately after, within 5 months, naman tayo, learning continuity program. So, hindi natin sabihing handa na ba tayo? Kasi handa naman talaga tayo para tayo mga Boy Scout at Girl Scout na laging handa under the circumstances. Hindi natin masasabing we are putting out inferior education. We cannot say that unless we really make an assessment. Like for example, may mga bata talaga, like it or not, we are all very obsessed with face-to-face. But there are children who are doing very well under online. Kasi they can meet their friends outside in other circumstances. And then pag school na online, less costly for the parents. At saka mayroon talagang mga estudyante who do well. So to ask whether we are handa, ginawa na natin yan. We did what we could under the circumstances. And it is not for us to say kung successful ba o hindi. Nakapag-graduate naman tayo, nakapagpatapos naman tayo. Ako, I have attended so many ALS graduations na yung pumasa naman yung mga estudyante sa mga tests ng TESDA. So, mahirap nating sabihin na hindi tayo handa. Kasi palagi tayong handa. At ina-anticipate natin yan, even if we know that it is difficult. Kasi otherwise, give up na tayo. And we are not used to giving up. Okay. Sino pang sunod na question?
Ayan, thank you very much for that response, Secretary. Ma'am Dalia, meron pa ba tayong mga questions?
Yes, Direk Nina, ito po ay babasahin ko na lang po kasi ang sabi ni Ma'am Ami Duyag Pakarat ng Radyo Bisdak Pagadian City, naabangan na lang po niya tayo sa DepEd Philippines po at pakibasan na lang according to her. So ito po yung tinanong niya sa atin, sa mga hindi pa po nakapag-take ng EPT exam, magkakaroon pa po ba ng second batch or hihintayin na lang nila ang next ranking? At may follow-up po siya na related po sa LET examination this year. Sa dami daw ng mga hindi pa nakapag-file, posible po bang magkaroon ng limit para sa mga applicants? Ayan po.
That's a very practical question. Siguro si Yusek Dads makatulong sa pagsagot niyan. Kasi nasa kanila yung assessment and all that. Dads.
Magandang hapon po ulit.
Magandang hapon po ulit sa lahat. Totoo po yan na yung pong test natin para sa mga teacher applicants, binibigay naman po pagka nag-request yung mga division offices. So, madidetermine naman po ang pangangailangan ng mga division offices sang ayon sa mga nagmamanifest pa ng interest na mag-apply. Yun naman pong sa LET, PRC po ang namamahala pero tayo naman po ay nakikipag-ugnayan. Ang ulat po sa huling pagpupulong ng Teacher Education Council, kumbaga hindi pa kulang ang mga applicants ng DepEd. Ang kanilang mga licensed teachers na available ay sobra pa sa pangangailangan po ng kagawaran ng edukasyon. Pero siyempre po gusto rin nating bigyan ng pagkakataon yung mga nagsipagtapos pa lamang na magkaroon na rin ng license. So mag-aantay po tayo sa mga susunod na ipapagbigay alam sa atin ng PRC kung magbibigay pa sila ng karagdagang examination ngayong taon. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Yusek Dads. Back to you, Direk Nina.
All right, and I think we're down to our last few questions. Kung hindi man last question ito, Ma'am Dalia, no?
Yes.
Let's try to call in Ma'am Jane Taburda Malindang ng Broadcasting Network Corporation, Pagadian City. Dito pa ba si Ma'am Jane Malindang? Okay, basahin na lang po natin ang kanyang question. Ito, kadalasan na obserbahan namin na ang sumasagot sa mga module ngayon ay ang mga parents. Sila pa ang nagsusulat mismo at ito ay hindi magandang ehemplo kasi mawawala ng gana ang mga bata mag-aral. Ano ba ang inyong masasabi sa mga magulang ngayong nakikinig sa ating press con?
Magandang question yan dahil lumang issue yan. Wala pa ang pandemic, wala pa yung mga sinasabing problema sa edukasyon. Lumilitaw na yon na yung practice na halimbawa na sinasabi na ang parents o ang lola, and what's worse kung minsan ang yaya. Hindi naman kaysa pagmaliit natin sa mga yaya, pero depende who is available, yun ang tumutulong or else may tutor. And this creates equity problems kasi yung maka-afford ng tutor, usually ang tutor teacher din, di ba? Mas may advantage, no? So itong issue na ito is addressed to the parents. And that is where yung kanina rinaise yung issue na about young learners participating in political exercises na gusto nating maturuan sila ng honesty. Gusto natin na maturuan sila ng mga bagong pamamaraan sa pagkilos. Hindi yung mga traditional na activities associated with trad pols or traditional politics. So, ganon din. Matagal na issue na yan na ang mother ang gagawa, ang lola ang gagawa, ang yaya ang gagawa, o kung minsan na yung sinasabi ko, may mga schools pa nga na mayroon silang nanay academy, which is okay yon. Tapos mayroon din ng school na alam ko na at tinitrain nila talaga yung mga yaya kasi alam naman nila na ang nag-aano sa bata talaga, mga bata sa ilang pamilya yung mga yaya. So might as well papag-aralin na rin nila yung yaya para tama naman yung ituturo sa bata. So kasama ito sa kultura sa edukasyon, no, na existing na. Kaya we have to do everything na tuturuan natin na yung sinasabi natin good manners and right conduct. Tuturuan natin yung mga bata natin the value of honesty. Palaging sinasabi natin ang motto ng DepEd ay honesty is the best policy. And we have to walk the talk on this matter. we know it is practice. Teachers, hindi lang yung nanay, sino nga yung nagtanong ngayon? Hindi lang na ang yaya o ang lolang sumasagot. Ang teacher na tutor ang sumasagot. Kasi magkaibigan sila yung teacher ng subject na yan. Oo. And even at tertiary level, ginagawa yan. So, it's not only a DepEd challenge, it's a challenge to society itself. Paano mo ma-introduce yung notion of being honest and telling the truth, o yung sinasabi sa good book na seek ye the truth and the truth will make you free. Pero ang sinasabi natin, seek ye the truth but you have to pay for it. So, yun ang nakikita akong challenge, hindi lamang sa education, kundi sa buong society na nasasanay na sa pandaraya. Bahagi lang yan sa mga practices ng pandaraya na tinotolerate sa ating lipunan, and which is the responsibility not only of the department but also of all members of society itself, no? Ang importante lang, pwede ka namang mandaya, huwag ka lang magpahuli. Talagang tanga ka kung mahuhuli ka. So, ayun. But teachers also have a way. They know when it is done by the mother or the yaya or the lola or the whoever or by the tutor. Alam naman nila yan. The teachers can tell. Lalo na yung matagal na talaga ang experience. So, mahalata naman nila kung trabaho ba yan ng bata o trabaho ba yan ng ina. O yung ina na PhD. O trabaho ba yan ng bata na grade 4. Malalaman naman nila yon. Pero pag i-tolerate nila yon dahil binigyan sila ng Christmas gift o birthday gift ng magulang, then that's a different matter altogether also. So, yun ang sagot ko. It's a challenge we have to face frontally.
Thank you, Secretary, for that response. And now we're down to our last question na po for this press conference. The last question is, ano po ang plano sa Department of Education tungkol sa salary increase ng mga guro? Secretary, you can provide your response and then we can also ask you, Sec Ann, to supplement your answer po.
On the matter of salary increase, alam naman natin na ilang milyon ang empleyado ng gobyerno. Pag mag-increase ka ng salaries ng teacher, isipin mo naman yung those with equivalent qualifications. Hindi lang sa mga teachers natin, but sa iba din mga profesyon. Yun ang trabaho ng ating mga regulatory agencies like the DBM and the civil service. Siyempre, gusto nating mag-increase ang salary ng ating teachers. What we have done is try to create additional positions para hindi lang ma-stack up ang teacher hanggang level 3 at there will be level 4, 5, 6 or yung level ng master teacher, dagdagan natin yan para hindi naman sila magsa-stack up at maghihintay kung kailan magre-retire yung nasa taas sa kanila. Kaya pag mag-isip tayo ng pag-increase ng sweldo ng teacher, isipin natin yung pag-increase ng sweldo ng lahat na nagsisilbi, ng lahat na nasa pamahalaan. Alam ko nagagalit yung iba kung magsasalita ako ng ganon. Alam ko na ang thinking natin na tayo lang ang dapat i-increasean ng sweldo. Pero ganon ang pananagutan ng ating pamahalaan. And right now, alam naman natin na hindi naman umaapaw ang pera ng pamahalaan at this time. Down ng economy, we all know that very well. And at the same time, nag-i-increase naman ang expenditures ng government. So, yung pag-increase ng salary, I think you have studied Economics 11 na kung mag-increase ka ng salary ng teacher, halimbawa ng 1,000 o 2,000 or 5,000 a month, pero hindi mag-grow yung economy, you're only creating inflation, tataas lang yung... Sinabi ko na yan, nagagalit ang mga teacher nung sinabi ko yan. Nang experience ko sa isang private university kung saan ako ay chairman, na ang ginawa namin, ang contributions sa ng kanilang retirement plan, binigay na namin diretso sa mga teachers, yung naipon nila. So, mayroong nakatanggap ng by 6 figures. Ay itong university na ito is located in a very small city. As a result, tumaas ang refrigerator, tumataas ang motorsiklo, tumaas ang mga trip sa Boracay. Lahat nagiging inflationary. And the entire city suffered. Na hindi naman sila nakatanggap ng extra na pera, pero nadamay sila sa inflation. Kaya pinag-aaralan ng gusto, pag mag-raise ka ng salary, niisip ng ating mga planners, anong epekto nito sa economy? Kung ang economy natin ay umuusbong, lumalaki, makayanan ang pagtaas ng sweldo. Pero kung magpataas lang tayo ng sweldo, magbigay lang tayo ng pera, pero ang bibilhin sa pera na yan, ang sabon, ang bigas, lahat-lahat mga dilata, ay ganon pa rin ang quantity na napoproduce, magiging inflationary yan. So, yung mga bagay na yan, tinitimbang-timbang, hindi naman kaysa dinidepensa ko ang gobyerno. It's not enough to just say you will give you an increase of 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 a month. What will you be able to buy with your 10,000 if your economy is down? So, yung mga bagay, binabalanse ng ating mga monetary and policy makers. Yun lang ang gusto kong sabihin. I'm not against who does not want to have an increase in salary. The cabinet members don't have an increase in salary either. Naghihirap din kami. So, okay yan. But, bantayan din ninyo ang prices. Yung example na sinasabi ko, sa isang maliit na siyudad, binigay ang retirement pay sa 300 ka-teacher na faculty members. Tumaas yung presyo ng halos lahat na bilihin sa siyudad na yan dahil alam ng mga negosyante na may pera yung mga taong ito. Kung walang equivalent increase in productivity, then you might have inflationary problems and baliwala yung pag-increase. Kaya nga sabi nila, ay nako, bibigyan ka lang ng 500, bigyan ka lang ng 1,000. Gasino yan, gusto ko 10,000. You are assuming that you can buy 10,000 worth of new goods. Diba? Gusto ko, bigyan ako ng 10,000. Okay, bigyan ka ng 10,000. Anong mabili mo sa 10,000 mo kung hindi umaasenso yung economy? Magkaroon ka lang ng increase in prices. So, yun, binabalanse. Hindi ako kasama sa economic team, pero yun lang ang gusto kong i-share sa inyo kung paano nagde-decide ang pamahalaan hinggil sa matter of salaries. Hindi lamang sa teacher, pero sa lahat na empleyado ng gobyerno. Okay.
Thank you, Secretary. We also have USEC Annalyn.
Director Nina. Yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you po. The salary standardization law is a policy po ng oversight agencies natin as very much explained by my professor in public finance. DOF po, DBM, Civil Service Commission, kasi ang pag-increase po ng salary ng isang profession ay meron pong implikasyon sa salary ng ibang mga profession din, no? So hindi lang po sa gobyerno, hindi lang po mga teachers yung ating pong minamanage, but all of the professionals in the bureaucracy. But DepEd is following or compliant with the salary standardization law. Meron po tayo taon-taon na increase ng sweldo. Nagsimula po noong 2020 yung pong ating ini-implement ngayon. In fact, ngayong 2022, meron po salary increase na ang lahat po ng empleyado ng gobyerno. Hanggang 2023 po ay may salary increase din po.
Ano ka, blurred ka.
Ang lahat ng mga nagtatrabaho.
Yusek Ann, medyo choppy po yung line.
So, yung susunod po na Kongreso at Senado ay hindi na
Yan, medyo, I think Yusek Ann was having trouble with the internet connection po, pero salary standardization law ang sagot. So, at na-explain naman ni Secretary kung ano yung nagiging considerations nung natin, salary standardization law. Kaya, ayun, if ever naman po, we can still provide responses, pwedeng through Viber or email na lang po siguro, of course, through Ma'am Dalia. Ayan, and sorry, may pahabol. Kanina sabi ko last question na. Pero Secretary, meron pa pong last. If we have Sir Charles Ferolino with us from DXVD-FM Dapitan. Charles Ferolino po. Dito po
Hello, good afternoon.
Ayan, yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Ivy Josefa V. Ferolino in behalf of Mr. Charles, representing from the XVD 101.3 FM. My question is, since limited face-to-face classes are already allowed, is there a possibility in-person graduation or end of school year rights this coming June or July?
Excellent question. Nandito din si Yusek Dance. No? Magandang tanong yan dahil pag mag-usap ka ng klase, opening up the school year, next thing na itatanong mo is graduation, of course. And the parents are quite excited about graduation. Sometimes they're even more excited than the children. Children also are excited, pero mas excited ang parents usually. So kung magano na tayo, progressive expansion, so that would mean, ang signal dyan is that yung risk assessment natin sa mga different regions, sa mga different schools, is already so much better. Nag-improve na ng husto. At saka kung nag-improve na yan ng husto, the chances, of course, of face-to-face graduation also increases. Chances of level 2 assessments will also be increasing. So, sumusunod yan eh. Pag mag-opening ka ng classes, mag-face-to-face ka, nandyan si graduation. Ang hope lang natin, ang dasal natin na maabutan ng graduation season, itong pag face-to-face natin, na hindi naman maabutan ng hindi magandang balita kung biglang may pagbabago. Baka si Dads gusto magdagdag niyan. Pero yun ang tingin ko.
Magandang hapon ulit.
Magkabuntot kung ganon. Yeah.
Magandang hapon po ulit sa lahat. Kami po sa Curriculum and Instruction Strand ay nag-uusap na ng magiging guidelines. Yung tanong po, posible, siyempre po, kasi pinayagan nga ang limited face-to-face, ang ibig sabihin ay pwede rin yung limited face-to-face na graduation ceremonies. Huwag pong umasa na katulad ng dati na napakaraming tao i-regulate po natin, susundin natin yung mga social distancing requirements. May posibilidad po na hindi lang isahan, baka may unang oras, isang grupo, kung maliit yung lugar na pagdarausan ng face-to-face graduation, ay mga ganun pong mga modelo ay pinag-aaralan pa po namin at pinag-uusapan. Pero po, sisiguruhin natin kung tayo ay magre-recommend nito, ito po ay sasang-ayon sa mga pinapatupad na requirements ng IATF at ng Department of Health. Maraming salamat po.
Tama yun.
Thank you, Yusek Dad. Secretary Yusek Ann is back on the
Yes.
board. Yusek Ann.
Thank you.
Oo.
Yes, oo ma'am. May mga guro po akong nakausap dito sa Tarlac National High School, Benigno Aquino National High School, Cristo Rey High School, at Santa Lucia High School. Nandito po kasi ako sa Tarlac at may mga guro pong lumapit sa atin. Nagpapakamusta sa inyo. At very much related po yung tanong kanina ang salary increase. Gusto ko pong ituloy kasi napakaganda po ng kwento na yon. Ang sabi ko po ay ang pagtaas ng sahod ay naaayon sa merit and promotion. Merit and promotion, kung meron pong dagdag na qualification in your education, on your experience, on your training, ay may dagdag po mga posisyon. Malapit na po, intayin na po natin at ginagawa na po nila Yusek Nepo, Yusek Willie, of course, si Ma'am Liling po ang nagpagawa nito. Additional teaching position. So kung kayo po ay nasa teacher 3, pwede po kayo ma-promote sa teacher 4, 5, 6, and 7. At yun po yung increase ng salary na talaga naman pong napakasarap na matanggap. Kasi yun ay dagdag na sahod dun sa mga qualified and deserving. Yun po ang tawag natin ay career progression. At yun po yung talagang salary increase na hindi po magkakaroon ng implication sa ibang mga nasa posisyon, whether same teachers at sa iba pong mga profesyon na nagtatrabaho rin sa gobyerno. So yun po yung sagot na maganda, na good news na ating pong bibigay at malapit na po ito dahil mismo ang ating Presidente, ating Pangulo as recommended by our Secretary will be soon giving this good news to all of us. Marami pong salamat.
Yeah. Pero wag lang kalimutan yung sinabi ko na mas makatanggap ka halimbawa ng promotion o makatanggap ka ng mas mataas na sweldo, isipin mo yung estado ng ekonomiya. Kasi madaling magsabi na kailangan ko 10,000 across the board. Lahat na learners bigyan ng 10,000. Lahat na teachers halimbawa bigyan ng 20,000. Kung bigyan tayo lahat ng 10,000 at 20,000. Anong mabili natin doon sa 10,000 at 20,000 kung ang ekonomiya ay hindi gumagalaw? Kaya magkaroon lang tayo ng inflation. Tataas lang yung presyo ng bilihin. At saka yung hindi nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno, madadamay. Mapasama sila kasi they will be affected. Ito, concrete situation itong sinabi ko. Chairman ako ng isang maliit na universidad sa aking probinsya. Nagbigay kami ng retirement, binigay namin diretso kasi we thought na kailangan ng aming mga faculty yung pera nila. Pero tumaas naman ang everybody was very happy in the university, but the rest of the community, they were not happy. Kasi nadamay sila sa pagtaas ng mga refrigerator, sa mga kung ano-anong mga gadgets at saka yung mga bakasyon. Enjoy ang taga-Siliman, itong university na ito. Pero ang syudad, kasama sila sa pagtaas ng presyo. Unless your economy grows, yun lang ang punto ko. And so wag kayong magulat kasi yun din ang sama ng loob. Mabili mo ng 10,000, ganito lang mabili mo ng 10,000. Then tumaas ang presyo Tataas ang presyo ng lahat na bagay. Oo. Kaya kung minsan iniisip ng iba, gusto ba nilang tataas yung presyo, which is better? An increase in prices or an increase in a salary? Maganda yung salary kasi may honor ka, ganito na sweldo mo. Pero anong mabili mo doon? Kung hindi natin tulungan ang ekonomiya. Yun lang. But okay, ang bibigyan tayo ng increase para makasama naman ang mga cabinet members na hindi naman din in-increasean yung sweldo. Ayun. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Yusek Ann. Maraming salamat. Ma'am Dalia.
Yes, muchísimas gracias. Daghan kaayong salamat, Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones, na nakapanayam natin ngayong araw at sa iba pa nating opisyal ng DepEd na sa araw na ito tayo ay nakapagbigay ng tamang impormasyon sa ating mga media partners at sa lahat po na nakaantabay sa ating official Facebook pages. Sa mga nakikinig sa mga radyo at mga cable channels na sigurado namang makapagbigay linaw sa mga katanungan ng media, ng ating mga magulang at ng publiko. Muli,
Mahalaga,
maraming salamat
Dalia,
po.
na malaman ng teachers.
Yes po, ma'am.
Kasi yun ang napansin ko. Hindi nakaka-reach sa kanila. I'm not referring to this region, but I'm referring to other regions na may mga tanong sila, may mga issues na long settled na, pero obviously hindi nila alam ang nangyayari. Kaya kailangan talagang malaman din ng teachers kung anong nangyayari sa kanilang departamento. Magagalit na naman ang teacher niyan. Sabihin, oh, ignorante ba kami? But the fact is, yung nakakarating sa akin, nagmumura sa akin, wala namang mga issues na 19 purgate na na-resolve na, pero sa palagay nila, nandyan pa rin. Kaya mabuti yung i-encourage natin ang ating teachers na siguro magpa-contest tayo ng ano. ng policies or what. Oo, sige.
Maraming salamat po. Okay. Go ahead po, RD.
Visit us, anhidere.
Pagi, basta ako anak ng tugta na may kayo, we're still in a bubble as you know.
Pwede naman ang face-to-face.
Oh, lagi, face-to-face.
Virtual conference.
You cannot eat the salted lechon, virtually eh. I-imagine mo lang yun. Oo. Unforgettable sa akin. And the seafood, of course.
We'll host again another press con. We'll host another press con, but you will be here face-to-face.
Oo nga, mag-face-to-face. Oo. And then the budbud. Asa ba itong budbud gikan? Dapitan o pagadian?
No, Ozamis to.
Ozamis pikas na ito.
Yeah.
Order to siya, ma'am.
Oo. Okay. So, salamat. Salamat sa lahat. Salamat sa hosts.
Salamat, Ma'am Liling.
Our
Ug
pleasure.
sa tanan nga naging
ulit.
parte po ng ating press con ngayong hapon na
Thank you,
ito.
Director Nina.
Oo.
Yusek. Salamat.
Okay, back to you, John and Iris.
Daghan nga questions kay diabot ng tag alas 3. Oo.
Ayun na nga.
Pero
Maraming
importante,
salamat.
alam
Daghang
mo,
salamat,
yung
Secretary
question about
Liling.
Student participation in politics. That for me is something which has not been raised. Except when I met with the student leaders, doon na raise yung issue na yan, but not in the in a press con. So,
Yes.
so maganda yung lumitaw yung bagay na yan, especially at this time. Nabigyan ko tuloy ng assignment si Rebsi. Pero madali lang yun sa kanya dahil may compilation siya talaga. And we have to warn our teachers. Kasi sabihin natin, walang pakialam kayo sa mga estudyante. Pero sino ang nagturo sa mga estudyante? Sino ang nagdala sa kanila? Sino ang nag-organize sa kanila? Sino ang nagro-roll call? Pagdating doon sa sa mga places na para mag-report na present, etc. Para bibigyan ng t-shirt, bibigyan ng kung ano-ano. Oo. So, very crucial. Ano po ba yun? Parang dalawang issues na bago ditong lumitaw, which I think are very important. Oo. Sige. Salamat. Paano na mag-goodbye? Hoy, congratulations pala to the cultural group. That was really nice. I like it.
Ito yan. That's from Division of Pagadian City.
Oo. Another approach to the singkil variation.
Yes po, ma'am. Melengas.
Singkil with the Subanen vibe.
Subanen. Oo.
Subanen
Very active ang ating IP education dito, Ma'am Lily.
Itong shirt ko mukhang Subanen ito pero can you believe it? 1970s pa ito sa COA. But it's still looks very durable. Oo. So salamat sa cultural intermission.
Okay, muli salamat Secretary Liling, salamat Director Nina and Miss Dalia sa pagsisilbing moderators sa ating press conference. Taus-pusong pasasalamat rin sa ating ina na si Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones, sa ating Undersecretary and ang ating mga directors. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Muchísimas gracias.
Muli, maraming salamat sa ating mga media partners na nakiisa sa ating talakayan. Nais din naming pasalamatan ang mga nakasama natin sa likod ng kamera para sa matagumpay na programa ngayong araw.
At syempre, maraming salamat din sa mga tumutok sa ating Facebook Live. Dito na nagwawakas ang ating programa at talakayan tungkol sa mga aksyon.
At sa mga solusyon na ipatutupad para sa pagpatuloy ng edukasyon.
Muli, ako si Rodolph John Rodriguez, Education Program Supervisor ng Curriculum and Learning Management Division.
At ako naman po si Iris Faye D. Seniza, Project Development Officer 2. Ito ang EduAKSYON.
Aksyon at solusyon para sa edukasyon.
Sinisa is very Mindanao.